Good afternoon, conference. Welcome to F12, the government's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. You can find the motion on page 6 of Conference Extra, and there are 2 amendments which you can find on page 5 of yesterday's Conference Daily. Can George Potter please stand by? And I now call Munira Wilson, MP for Twickenham, and our spokesperson for Health, Wellbeing and Social Care, to propose the motion.
Thank you, Chair. Conference, on the 23rd of January, a full 2 months before the national lockdown, Matt Hancock came to the House of Commons to make his very first statement about a virus that no one had ever heard of. He said, "While there is an increased likelihood that cases may arise in this country, we are well prepared and well equipped to deal with them. The UK is one of the first countries to have developed a world-leading test for the new coronavirus." Wow. Reading that 8 months later, following the loss of almost 42,000 lives in the UK, unprecedented restrictions on our freedoms, and the biggest recession since records began, how tragically wrong he turned out to be. Now, hindsight is a wonderful thing. No government could have predicted the COVID-19 pandemic and been fully prepared for what was to unfold. Yet we did have some warning from China and other European countries, and pandemics have long been at the top of the country's risk register. This Conservative government had the responsibility to think the unthinkable and then plan and prepare accordingly. They failed. They didn't prepare well enough. They diverted attention away from pandemic preparedness with the nonsense around getting Brexit done, and Johnson was missing in action from key COBRA meetings. Despite boasting about the UK being among the first to develop a test for the virus, when a pandemic was declared here, they openly ignored World Health Organization guidance to test. Instead of learning from others, instead of international cooperation, instead of collaboration with our public health experts and local authorities up and down the country, our arrogant government chose an approach of we know best with an unhealthy dose of not invented here syndrome. Testing was initially far too low, centralised tracing has been a fiasco, and 6 months later, the so-called world-beating test and trace system is an utter shambles. Frontline workers were put in harm's way with the failure to provide adequate supplies of protective equipment. Communication with the public and the devolved governments has been consistently poor and added considerable confusion around what people are expected to do and not do. But one of the most serious mistakes was the tragedy that unfolded in our care homes, despite warnings from other countries and despite numerous questions from me and my colleagues in the House of Lords back in March. For all their spurious claims of putting a protective ring around care homes, the only thing this government has put a protective ring around is itself, always blaming others. That's why they scrapped Public Health England in the middle of a pandemic. The mind boggles. As the number of cases starts to tick up again, I worry that government has not learned the lessons from March and April, despite our calls for an inquiry, reiterated in this motion, and Layla's sterling work on the APPG coronavirus leading a rapid inquiry. Conference, it is time that government got a grip. This motion has a wealth of suggestions, and I do not have time to go through every aspect. Much of it is common sense. But unfortunately, this government doesn't do common sense, despite lecturing the public every day to do so. I welcome both amendments put forward today, in particular Amendment 1 in relation to the treatment of disabled people through this pandemic. The number of deaths among the disabled and their treatment has been truly shocking. We will be challenging the social care easements in the Coronavirus Act when it is debated for renewal in Parliament on Wednesday. I will make no apologies for repeating the mantra that I, Sal Brinton, our Health in the House of Lords, and colleagues have adopted from the start. Test, isolate, to keep you need further restrictions from creating a system. So that improves support front line in the NHS and social care and in the emergency services, as well as the most vulnerable citizens, must be protected as a priority. Most of them are quick to point out fit and healthy. More and more stories about long COVID. Young, fit, healthy individuals living active lives, marathon runners and scuba divers who have been living with debilitating symptoms of coronavirus for months, including shortness of breath, brain fog.
Can I ask Oliver Jones-Lyons to stand by? And I now call Councillor George Potter from Guildford to propose Amendment 1.
Good afternoon, Conference. This is a good motion. It correctly identifies many of the problems that have arisen with the government's handling of the COVID pandemic and what needs to be done to address it. And however, there is a key oversight in the motion which Amendment 1 seeks to fix. And that is, despite the fact that disabled people have been 2/3 of the victims of the pandemic, despite the fact that we have seen unlawful do not resuscitate notices put on disabled patients by their doctors, by care homes, by carers, without consulting with the patients or their family members, despite the fact that the Coronavirus Act specifically includes easements to downgrade the obligations of local councils and the health and care and education systems to provide for disabled people, despite all of these things, despite the fact that this pandemic has had a disproportionate impact on disabled people, possibly more than on any other group, the motion says nothing about this. Nothing at all. Now, it was really encouraging for me to hear Munira speak about some of these issues. It's good to hear that these easements that downgrade the rights of disabled people will be challenged by our MPs in Parliament when the Act comes up for renewal. That's really encouraging to hear. And I know from Munira's previous work on SEND, Special Educational Needs and Disability, that she understands these issues. And it's encouraging to know that. And I'm also encouraged to know that this amendment is hopefully a slam dunk. It's a no-brainer. There's no reason not to include these words. There's no reason not to note how this virus is impacting on disabled people and what needs to be done to set it right. However, I should not have to be making this speech. I should not have to be submitting this amendment. Once again, we are seeing a motion on an issue which has a huge impact on disabled people come to conference without anybody in the Parliamentary Party, in Federal Policy Committee, or indeed in the party's own employed policy officers, even bothering to think about including wording about disabled people. We note the impact of the COVID, if the motion notes the impact of COVID on people of colour, on residents of care homes, on the vulnerable in society, such as poor people. Why are we still not remembering one of the key protected characteristics within the Equality Act? Time and time again, we see this happening within this party. Time and time again, disabled people, our very existence is treated as an afterthought. And time again, disabled party members have to bring amendments to conference or bring motions to conference to clean up after the mess by the people who should have known better in the first place when they wrote and proposed party policy in the first place. Please, can we treat this as a learning opportunity? I don't think this is callousness or coming from a bad place, but there is a problem when we consistently ignore disabled people in our policy making and consistently ignore the impact. Everybody knows about the disproportionate impact COVID has had on people of colour. Why is there nothing in the media or in Parliament about the impact it has had on disabled people? Why are we as a party not talking about it? And similarly, for those of you in the audience who are councillors or activists or candidates, do you know if your local council has used the easements to downgrade provisions for disabled people? Do you know whether your local GPs have been placing do not resuscitate notices on people without consulting with them? Why are we as a party not talking about these issues? This is something that all of us need to change. So again, please pass this amendment, but please can we not be put in a situation where yet again disabled people have to fight just to remind the party that we exist and that our policy making should take us into account. Thank you.
Thank you, George. So will Oliver continue to stand by? We're going to try to see if we can get Munira back to complete her moving speech. So you've got 3.5 minutes left, Munira.
Thank you, John. I'm not entirely sure where you lost me during the last speech, but I will pick up partway through. Many of the COVID skeptics have been quick to point out that COVID does not impact the fit and healthy, yet we're hearing more and more stories about long COVID. Young, fit, healthy individuals living active lives, marathon runners and scuba divers who've been living with debilitating symptoms of coronavirus for many months, including extreme exhaustion, shortness of breath, and brain fog. We can't assume everyone bounces back after 14 days. There is precious little research, support, or understanding of how to treat these individuals, and this motion calls for more action in those areas. Rehabilitation is often overlooked and underserved, yet it is needed now more than ever for those recovering from critical care, for those struggling with long COVID, and for those without COVID whose needs have been overlooked. A rehabilitation strategy with a focus on boosting workforce capacity is urgently needed. Conference, despite the Conservatives' incompetence, there is hope. And despite the numbers they have in Parliament, we still have influence. In the last 6 months, we have already successfully encouraged the government to extend income support for self-employed workers, secured visa extensions for care workers and allied healthcare professionals, and got the Prime Minister to commit to a public inquiry. Conference, this motion sets out a blueprint for how the government can most effectively tackle this virus as we enter into a second wave. We must keep challenging and pushing the government to make the right decisions at the right times. Conference, I urge you to support this motion.
Thank you very much, Munira, and thanks for bearing with us with the technical difficulties. Can Julia Mezzo please stand by? And I now call Oliver Jones-Lyons from Gateshead, who will be proposing Amendment 2.
Hello, Conference. Today I'm proposing an amendment to this motion to include important provisions on the requirement for public contracts to be subject to competitive tender and also parliamentary scrutiny. We are at a critical stage in this pandemic. We are now looking at a potential second wave, and we know the only way out of a pandemic is through mass testing. Unfortunately, the programme that's been put into place by the government, Operation Moonshot as it's being called, that will now look to be in place by February, is woefully inadequate, scientifically illiterate, and largely inadequate in all senses of the word. This motion has largely proposed provisions which fall into one of two categories, either looking forward to what we could do better if we came into this situation again, or secondly, looking at how we can now prevent a bad outcome in a forthcoming second wave. Spending £100 billion on a programme that is regarded by scientists as scientifically illiterate is not the best way to be using the very limited resources that we have at the moment. We have to consider what will be best for the country, and at this point in time, the competitive tender process must be restored. We've seen throughout the pandemic a number of affiliates of the government, directly or indirectly, be given public contracts, usually for too much money for very little return and substance. This is unacceptable in a liberal democracy, no matter the circumstance. And many people have profited from a pandemic and not provided vital PPE, testing capacity. And of course, we've seen the failed test and trace system, which was outsourced from a very early stage, and the NHS logo tagged on to make people trust it. NHS Test and Trace is a private endeavour, and it hasn't been subjected to the scrutiny that it should have. So this amendment makes two main points, so to speak. We need to launch an inquiry at the soonest possible date into how we can prevent Section 32(2)(c) of the Public Contract Regulations 2015 being abused as they have been in this pandemic. We need to ensure that contracts that are granted in an emergency are subjected to the open competitive tender process and, of course, parliamentary scrutiny. This leads on to the second point, that we do need a complete and utter restoration of the parliamentary scrutiny process in public contracts. Operation Moonshot is again going to be pushed through. We are seeing the Good Law Project challenging as much as possible through judicial review all of these different programmes, whether it be 150 million here to Serco or £100 billion in the leaked plans to Serco, G4S and other affiliates, indirectly or directly again, of government officials. So I would like to again associate myself with the comments that George Potter made just there, and also Munira Wilson for an overall relatively good motion, minus the points that George Potter made. If like me, you agree that this motion is all about planning for what comes next, but also ensuring that the response is local, positive, and functional, to be honest, functional, then back this amendment as it is serving both of those purposes in regards to public contracts. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you, Oliver. Oliver was a first-time speaker at Conference. Will Ian Donaldson please stand by? And I now call Julia Mezzo from Haringey Borough, who will be speaking for the motion as a whole.
Dear Conference, it is an honour and pleasure to be invited to speak. As the motion outlines, some of Britain's most affected communities are also some of Britain's most vulnerable communities. At my day job, working at a housing charity, I meet these people every day. Many of them had jobs and a home before the crisis began, but many of them have also been in insecure employment, working on 0-hours contracts or without a contract at all. As a result, many of them lost their livelihoods and lost their homes. Now they rely on us to help support them find permanent accommodation, find employment, and also deal with the mental health and physical health challenges that they are now facing as a result of the pandemic. These people often feel like they have no hope for a better future because they are finding it incredibly difficult to get invited to interviews, even though they are submitting applications every day. This goes for British citizens and EU citizens alike. The challenge that we're facing here is that these people are losing hope for a better future. They feel excluded from the job market. They feel like they have been started down in the downward spiral and that there is no hope available for them. This is why I'm proposing that we tie the grants offered by the government to small businesses across the country in the forms of both repayable and non-repayable grants and loans to a commitment from these employers that they reserve a number of guaranteed interview spaces for people in temporary accommodation. This way, they would feel like they have hope. They have hope to return to work. They have hope to rebuild their lives and reintegrate into society as such. It is very important for them to practice their interview skills, to feel included, and to retain their confidence and dignity and perspective. This also has an incredibly important impact on their mental and physical health, especially as members of disenfranchised communities. As you might know, emergency hotels, many of them, are going to be closing on the 30th of September. And so people, especially EU nationals with pre-settled status, are going to be finding themselves in an incredibly difficult position, as they will have nowhere to go once those hotels close. Many of them are not eligible for public funds, no recourse to public funds whatsoever. And that is why I'm proposing a guaranteed interview scheme be integrated into this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. And Julia was also a first-time speaker to conference. Can I ask Peter Burke to stand by? And I now call Ian Donaldson from Manchester, Gorton, Central and Blakely to speak for line 25 of the motion.
Thank you, Chair. My sister is a foster carer. My sister is in a shielding category, as is her husband. My sister and brother-in-law are the only adult carers for the foster children. The foster children have been required by central government to return to school, a school which now has children found to be COVID-19 positive and sent home. When asked what happens next if the parents are hospitalised with COVID-19, the foster parents are being told, "We will cross that bridge when we come to it." No plan, no preparation, no planning. And then, when the children are moved away and fostering is the family occupation, for many it is, there is no furlough, no support strategy. How do they keep the roof over their heads? The school, like many schools, has a local policy. But as with most, it is creating confusion. One parent in another school in an online forum asked, "A child in my child's class has tested positive for coronavirus. I've been informed by the school that because my child isn't seated next to the child in question on their seating plan, that he can continue to go to school and doesn't have to self-isolate. My understanding was that the whole class would be informed and told to self-isolate, not just those children who sit within 2 meters of a positive case." I was told yesterday that 2 of my work colleagues have tested positive for COVID-19. One of them is a school teacher at a school where COVID-19 is in the school. Would pupils in the class who have not been within 2 meters of the teacher stay at school or go home? And what happens if the teachers are also parents, as my colleagues are? If there is not a standard instruction to schools that is easy to understand, how can we expect parents to have confidence in the system? The recommendation to parents from another school is that if the children are sent home positive, then the people in the household who are shielding should move to live in another household. Where the people who are shielding are the parents or foster parents, this would mean that the children have no supervising adult in the house, which is illegal. I believe that policy should be made in the light of scientific evidence. Now, we only have anecdotal evidence that many schools now have COVID-19 positive cases, as do some universities, Liverpool and Glasgow, for example. We now only have anecdotal evidence that dates the acceleration in the second wave to the return to school, at 2 weeks to the return date for the virus to spread. The evidence that we do have, though, is that this Conservative shambles has failed to listen to the concerns of parents and teachers. Munira, I know that this shambolic government has not learned. They have not learned any of the lessons.
Thank you, Ian. Can Mary Page please stand by? And I now call Peter Burke from South East Oxfordshire, who's going to be speaking for lines 76 to 84 and for the motion as a whole.
Conference. This country is facing 3 major problems. First of all, COVID, secondly, Brexit, and thirdly, the fact that it is saddled with a government which has no interest or ability to conquer either of those problems. We've been hearing earlier on, I think Munira covered it very well, about the kind of problems that we're facing. And this motion in its entirety covers a vast amount of the concern that we're experiencing about COVID. I'd like to support especially lines 76 to 84 referring to long COVID, and I'd also like to support both amendments, which I think are very good. Our last speaker made it very clear what kind of mixed messages are being sent out, how the public are suffering from hearing one day one thing, another day another. The government claims to be following the science, although that claim is being heard less often than it used to be. I think part of the problem is a lack of risk literacy among politicians. They talk about a case fatality rate of 1%, which I think many people find reassuring. They think you get COVID, 99% chance you recover. But as we've heard earlier on from Manira, and indeed from the very moving testimony to Leila's excellent APPG, it's not as simple as that. A lot of people suffer long-term disability. We don't know at the moment how long it's going to be. Many people may be saddled with problems for the rest of their lives and be requiring continued health and social care for that. It's not good enough to use empty rhetoric or promise grandiose actions in 6 months or sometime, whether it's called Operation Moonshot or not. And Boris Johnson promising to put his arms around people, schools and care homes sounds like pure gesture politics. I'm not sure how we can greet that with anything other than horror. Yes, we're doing more tests, but there's a false emphasis on quantity rather than quality, because what we have to do with tests is actually to use them in order to inform action, and that's not happening. Blaming the public, even where the majority of people behave responsibly, isn't good enough either. This pattern of blame shifting is one we've seen before. We've seen it in regard to Brexit as we do in regard to the pandemic. When the app failed, the government chose to blame Apple. Apple could have told you 6 months earlier this wasn't going to work. And yet the lack of competence by this government continues to be mind-blowing and has caused error and problem after problem. We're now facing a rate of increase equivalent to that in early April, but without the public confidence or financial means to make another lockdown possible. What's more, the second wave we're facing will coincide with the flu epidemic and with exit from the transition period. A perfect storm. I can speak about this with feeling as a GP. Tragically, the people who are going to die in the next month are probably already infected. And what we have to do is to prevent an already impending catastrophe from turning into something even worse. No amount of rhetoric will solve that. Oppositions have a responsibility to hold governments to account. Labour, despite its transformation under Keir Starmer, is verging on being Johnson's enabler. We, as the Liberal Democrats, must be the ones who can hold his feet to the fire. Support the motion, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Will Andrew George please stand by? And I now call Mary Page, who is our mayoral candidate for Bristol, who will be speaking for the motion.
Colleagues, conference and the country. Empowering the individual is right at the heart of what we as Liberal Democrats stand for. And as a trade unionist, a person with disabilities, and now recovering from long-haul COVID, I am so glad that we backed UBI yesterday. This motion leads right on from that, and we could have made an even more radical shift with the addition of a presumption to a right to work from home. What many of us in Bristol, where I'm standing to be mayor next May, have discovered in the COVID lockdown is that the biggest thing we have in common with others is that we are human beings, that all lives should matter, but that Black lives, sadly, seem to matter much less than some others. Our whole Liberal Democrat principle is built on the fact that we are unique and entitled to remain so without being enslaved by poverty, ignorance or conformity. So we at the Alliance of Lib Dem Trade Unionists, Lib Dem Disabilities Association and Green Lib Dems wanted to put an amendment to this motion to help shift some of that power back to employees to improve their health and well-being, as well as the well-being of the planet. Sadly, our amendment was rejected, and we considered moving standing orders to get it debated. Instead, I will read it, and our thanks to Head of Chambers, Employment Barrister Isabel Parasam, Vice President BAME of Liberal Democrats. I just want you to imagine the world we could have if some of the unexpected mental, physical health and sustainability benefits of COVID home working are realised. So after line 61, we wanted to add, enhancing the right for employees to request the right to work from home as follows. There will be a presumption in favour of the request, unless there are overriding operational reasons for declining that request. If the employer declines the request, they must provide the employee with a written statement of their reasons specifying the details of the overriding operational reasons for declining that request. Regardless of whether the request is granted or declined, either party will have the right to review the request on an annual basis. Things change, and in the COVID world, they change very fast. This would recognise the newfound benefits of working from home experienced by so many workers during lockdown in terms of a better work-life balance, improved mental health, and a greener and more sustainable way of working. The air quality in Bristol when we went into lockdown improved back to below the illegal levels that it was at before. This presumption of a right to work flexibly or from home, and I'm speaking to you from a caravan site down in Devon, so we know how we can work remotely and yet still deliver an output of work. This is about empowering the individual and the employer to have a better, more positive discussion of each request's merits. This tiny shift, and I would ask the party to look at this in more detail with the LDDA, GLD, and the trade unionists, because we know
Can you draw your remarks to
the
we're
best
close
work
now.
outputs by being in control of our own healthcare. This normalises difference.
Thank you, Mary. And Mary was also a first-time speaker. Will David Nicol please stand by? And I now call Andrew George, the chair of Cornwall Liberal Democrats, who will be speaking for the motion as a whole.
Thank you, Jonathan. This is a really good motion. It ticks most of the boxes. I could quibble with some aspects of it, as I think as we all could. But what I particularly wanted and was very encouraged by Munira's opening the motion itself is more passion behind our criticism of the government. The motion is almost polite and indeed a little bit timid. I mean, the problem is, in my view, that the record of this pandemic is very much characterised by NHS and other key worker lions led by ministerial donkeys. And it's time that we shouted about the way in which this incompetent government has contributed to the UK having perhaps the worst outcome amongst developed countries. I mean, ministers seem to have been insulated by the comfort blanket that anyone who dares criticise them runs the risk of being accused of being unpatriotic, at a time we should all be sticking together at a time of national crisis. But of course, in doing that, we're in a sense colluding in their incompetence. So I would say that it's not unpatriotic to call out ministers who have failed, to stand up for and alongside frontline NHS and other key workers, and to fight for policies that actually address these issues and are not part of simply a government PR exercise. The Dominic Cummings government isn't led by science, as they perpetually claim. They're led by a public relations message. The line 97 is suggesting that we reinstitute the daily Downing Street briefings. The government treated them, and Dominic Cummings treated them as daily party political broadcasts where they could be flanked by experts to back them up in their incompetence. And it was quite evident that the scientists were no longer prepared to turn up at these events, and that's why the plug was pulled. So I think the only way out of the mess that we're in, and so that we don't end up being accused of colluding in this failure, and many more deaths than we should have in this country, is that we demand that the government admits that it has failed, and that we call for a cross-party consensus to actually get on top of this problem, where our front bench work alongside ministers and other parties to form a strategy which we can agree with, which actually properly addresses these issues and doesn't simply allow the government to get away with what is literally blue murder. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Will Gemma Ralston please stand by? And I now call David Nicholl from Bromsgrove, who is our health spokesperson for the West Midlands, who will be speaking for the motion.
Thank you. Conference, how can I describe the level of mistrust that I have in the government's response to the pandemic? World beating. We have responded to COVID-19 as if we are North Korea when we should have responded like South Korea. South Korea used shoe leather epidemiology by the use of hundreds of tracers who have detailed local knowledge. In the UK, less than 1 in 5 people with COVID-19 symptoms self-isolate on the basis of a centralised track and trace system that has now cost £12 billion with a crap app. In excess deaths per 100,000 people, we are the top of Europe. The UK was the hardest hit by COVID-19 among major economies from April to June. Conference, how can I describe the level of heartlessness in the government's response? World beating. Boris de Peffel Johnson has been the only political leader who has refused to meet the COVID-19 bereaved families because he doesn't care and he's a coward. Any doctor will tell you saying sorry for your mistakes is a sign of strength, not an admission of culpability. The cons offer claps, the French offered a pay rise for health and care workers. This isn't about Dominic Cummings' eyesight. This is also about the more than 50 con MPs who squashed into a room, breaking the rules to hear Bojo speak. They don't care. Rules are for the little people. When you care more about grouse beating, your heartlessness is truly world beating. Conference, how can I describe the level of laziness in the government's response? World beating. The Peffel Johnson missed 5 Cobra meetings at the start. His dithering has cost thousands of lives. He does not care. Conference, how can I describe the level of cronyism in the government's response? World beating. Byline Times estimates that at least £180 million worth of PPE contracts with links to the con party. Operation Moonshot is actually Operation Bullshit, estimated to cost more than £100 billion to deliver, based on technology that does not even exist. Conference, how can I describe the level of incompetence in the government's response? We locked down too late, opened up too early, prioritising pubs over schools. The failed mobile phone retailer Dido Harding was put in charge of the Serco track and trace to claim nobody was expecting the sizable increase in demand for tests in September. Rather than take responsibility, they blame anyone but themselves. The answer to all these questions is that Boris de Peffel Johnson's incompetence has been truly world-beating. I urge conference to support the motion, all of it, both amendments, in a world-beating manner.
Thank you, David. David Nicholl was also a first-time speaker. So we had four first-time speakers in this debate. Will Joe Otten please stand by? And I now call Gemma Ralston from Reigate, who is co-chair of the Lib Dem Disability Association. And she will be speaking for Amendment 1.
Thank you, John. I wish to speak in favour of Amendment 1. Conference. Imagine you are a disabled member of this party. You know that COVID's been happening since March, and you're wondering what the party policy is going to be going forward. Then you read this motion and you can't believe your eyes. There's no mention of your community. How do you think you feel? Forgotten about? Ignored? Not worth caring about? That's how I felt, and many like me did too. I was really pleased to see that George had put forward the amendment and that it was accepted. But conference, 2/3 of people who have died of COVID have had a disability. So why wasn't it in already? I am a disabled person and I am also a carer. I have seen the pressure of COVID has had, not only from my own family, with my daughter shielding, but also from talking to other mental health service users. From the difficulties in getting priority booking slots in supermarkets to lack of information in accessible formats, difficulties in getting tests or registration tests. If you haven't got access to the internet or can't use a phone due to needing to lip read, then how can you register a test? One-way systems, removing of accessible parking bays, easements of social care and education, etc. Going forward, we should make sure that disabled people are considered and involved. Disability News Service have found that disabled people have been treated appallingly by this government. What else do you expect? In over 40 different ways. And yet the Equality and Human Rights Commission won't even touch it. Why? They're there for equality and human rights, so don't ours matter? Disabled people need to be able to work, if possible, from home. Anyone who needs to work from home to help their mental health, and as we've heard from Manira this morning, their well-being, and their families or their caring responsibilities should be able to. As Mary said, imagine the great improvement in our environment from equality, air quality, and being able to get around safely and more diversity in wildlife. Please, conference, back this amendment and remember that disabled people are looking at us and need to be in all of our policies from the off. Can the FPC definitely please make sure that disabled people are in the thinking of policies? And this is how happen again and again and again. An amendment to put disabled people in our policies of the party that is for equality. Thank you.
Thank you, Gemma. Will Charlie Hasted please stand by? And I now call Councillor Joe Otten from Sheffield, who is speaking for the motion.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to everybody who's spoken in this debate so far. I particularly want to echo what the last speaker just said. We have to remember disabled people when issues like this come along. I mean, also, this is a disease that has mostly affected people in jobs like bus drivers, taxi drivers, care workers, security guards. It's affected you more if you're black or Asian. It affects you more if you're a man. We could go on. And we need to always remember all these factors, the whole of society. It's been a devastating disease. Thousands dead. People dying separated from their loved ones. Thousands facing long-term illness, long COVID, often without support if they don't qualify for support. And millions have made huge sacrifices, have lost jobs, have lost businesses, have lost human contact with their nearest and dearest. And we've had it worse here. We've had it worse in the UK than elsewhere. And why is that? And I think this is one of those times when the big picture can be lost in the daily grind of the news. And the daily news will say, you know, the government's doing badly on this one thing right now. But the big picture gets lost in that. It's a theme of Mark Pack's book, if you've read that. We were late to lockdown. We were late to cancel big events. We failed to isolate people flying in from Italy in February and March. We failed to invest early in testing. Now, are these separate mistakes or are they part of one big mistake? I suggest it's the big mistake of thinking that the virus couldn't be stopped and it should be allowed to spread through society. And this is not just a theory that's been invented afterwards. I was briefed at the time, at the beginning of March, by the Director of Public Health in Sheffield, that the virus could not be stopped. It would pass through the population, that testing of people with symptoms would stop later in March. He didn't know when, but he said it would happen. And the strategy would move from containment, which is what it was at the beginning of March, to delay. That is, not trying to stop the spread of the virus, not trying to get R below 1, but treating it as inevitable, that it would go above 1 and millions of people would be exposed to the virus. This country started out on that strategy, and that had consequences down the months because we had far more people infected in those early days, and that's give us much worse death figures than other countries. The change was made when the death toll became clear what it was going to be, but it was made at the last minute. It was made in a hurry. The schools didn't have time to prepare, and education has been difficult to achieve for millions of children up and down the country since then. Now, this is they will say, of course, that they were following scientific advice. Now, there's a little bit of weasel words in that because the government is responsible for scientific advice. Scientific advice is not something that makes decisions for politicians. And science cannot exist in the dark. If a scientist gives you an opinion but doesn't share it, then that is not scientific in any sense. It is just an opinion. Science works when it's there to be scrutinised, where the evidence can be seen, whether the tests and the analysis can be repeated. That's what science is. So we have a problem with scientific advice and the excuse that scientific advice has led to some of these decisions. Since David Nutt was sacked by the Blair government, remember, for saying that horse riding was as dangerous as ecstasy, which it is, or the evidence was that it was, wasn't that it wasn't true, it was that it was a poor opinion. And you see the red light now.
Yeah, that's right. Can you draw your remarks to a close?
Sorry. Well, science does not exist in the dark. Remember that.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Will Oliver Jones-Lyons now stand by to summate on behalf of Amendment 2? And I'm now calling Charlie Hasted to summate for Amendment 1.
Hi. I'm pleased to Maria specify that we'll fight easements in social care and recognise how badly disabled people have suffered during the pandemic. Mary also made an excellent point that this motion could absolutely have gone further in creating a new opportunity for disabled people in the world of work, and it's disappointing that it wasn't pursued in the main motion. Gemma again makes a vital point that when you overlook disabled people in drafting policy, you send the message that we don't matter. The fact is that we should never have had to bring this amendment because the party should be considering the needs and impacts of all marginalised groups right from the outset. And if we do not, then we are not doing our jobs properly. I'd urge anyone drafting policy at any level to approach our SAOs and AOs for help and advice. I've sat on the execs of Young Liberals, Lib Dem Disability Association and LGBT plus Lib Dems, and I've seen the wealth of experience contained in these groups. Come to us. We want to help you. We want to help make better policy to help people like us do better in society. You don't have to struggle trying to work out how your policy impacts us by yourself. You can just come and ask us. We'll tell you. We're happy to. We'll often tell you at great length. Please support this amendment and the main motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. Will Belinda Brooks-Gordon please stand by to summate for the motion? And I now call Oliver Jones-Lyons again to summate for Amendment 2.
I'm going to keep my summation short. There hasn't really been any opposition, so I'm quite happy with that. I think it's just to reiterate the point that really this is a key moment. Obviously, the Coronavirus Act has come before Parliament. All the measures on public contracts can be considered. The issue of public contract is that it's central to everything in this response. Everything in this response has been outsourced. Everything in this response is under companies like Serco, Baroness Dido Harden's Test and Trace programme. It's all around this idea of outsourced public contracts. So if we're going to seriously respond to the underlying problems with the response, the response must focus from us. Our response to the response must focus on ensuring that the public contract failure is ended as quickly as possible. And that does mean I've seen a lot of it in the chat, and I would really like to draw attention to it about the Good Law Project and everything they're doing on it. Keep an eye on those, because there's a lot of judicial review going on around these public contracts. We really need to stop thinking that everything needs to be done urgently when it comes to public contract. Sure, we do need to be quick, but it doesn't mean it can't go to competitive tender, and it doesn't mean that we can't have parliamentary scrutiny over contracts. It's very important. And to finish, I would like to again associate myself with the comments of the previous speaker about SAOs and disability rights. Yeah, thank you, conference.
Thank you, Oliver. Finally, I'd like to ask Belinda Brooks-Gordon from South Cambridgeshire, who is a member of FPC, to summate on behalf of the motion as a whole.
Thank you. Conference, it's been a moving and powerful debate. We've heard of the important and tenacious work Munira and Sal and our team are doing in Parliament. We've got particularly welcome amendments from George on disability and Oliver on the contracts, the scandal of the contracts given to the democracy, and the blatant disregard for due process in filling posts. We've learnt the government had warnings from China, from Italy, and let me add 2009 with swine flu. I remember it well because I was hospitalised, admitted with a temperature of 40 degrees, nearly comatose, barrier nursed for a week in Addenbrooke's. Swine flu was not as bad, but it was a warning. And those of us who do not readily identify as disabled, but are clinically very vulnerable, in my case with the autoimmune disease lupus, we locked down early and we watched with horror as the government lurched about getting it wrong. On testing, the government ignored the Nobel laureate Paul Nurse offering his laboratory and a flotilla of laboratories. I know well because my partner Mark is Director of Research in the Cambridge Laboratory. And while the government sat on its hands, he was sending PCR machines all over the country and PPE to our local hospice. And not for the first time, I'm now proud to be a Liberal Democrat, because the points that we've heard from Ian Donaldson on shielding and fostering is a valuable contribution. Julia Mezzo on vulnerable communities and precarity and the circumstances leading to mental health issues. As a chartered psychologist, I really welcome the perspective. Peter Burke on long COVID. Well, it's not unlike living with lupus. The multiple systems problems, organ problems, joint aches, chronic fatigue, brain fog I'd often put down to the academic condition, but it's not unlike what we live with. And we need to make sure that those with chronic conditions have decent care. And Mary Page is right. The right to request work from home will sit brilliantly in a work and an economic motion, and it does make good policy links. And of course, David Nicol and Andrew George reminds us of the haphazard and the lazy way the government have dealt with this. I think NHS and Key Worker Alliance led by government donkeys will be picked up by the press. Andrew is also a reminder of what our MPs did so much for the NHS locally and nationally. Gemma, let me count the ways that I agree with you. Wholeheartedly, I really do. And I thank you for your work on the LDDA as well. I can assure you that the FPC did speak with real anger, actually, at the way disabled people were being treated by the Tories. Jo, on herd immunity, absolutely spot on. The government assumed the public wouldn't comply, and it took a letter signed by numerous psychologists, led by Ulrika Hahn, my mentor at Birkbeck, in order to force the government to look at the research on public compliance. Conference, we're on the brink of a new surge. Some from universities, again, the government has been late. It could have predicted from the USA, where the universities go back early, and from Scotland, that the evidence in the BMJ on the 1st of September, 3 weeks ago, showed in a report that if students quarantine for 14 days before they go to university, they have low positive rates. And yet the government have allowed this to just act as a petri dish. So much tragedy can bring apathy. the process psychologists call psychic numbing. The duration of the pandemic can also dull the sense of shock. We must not let that happen. The contributions we've heard help give that suffering a name, a face, and a story. And with this policy, we can hold this cynical, incompetent government to account. So please vote for the motion and let them see how many people care.
Thank you, Belinda. We now move to a series of 3 votes. The votes will be in the polls tab of Hopin on the right-hand side, and each one will be open for 2 minutes. So first, we're going to take a vote on Amendment 1. We'll start the vote now, please, and you will be able to vote on it in the polls tab for 2 minutes on whether you are for or against the motion being amended by Amendment 1. Thank you for voting. There were 477 votes in favour and 9 votes against. So Amendment 1 was overwhelmingly carried. Now we're going to go straight on next to a vote on Amendment 2. We will start the vote now, and again you'll have 2 minutes to vote. So this is whether you want the motion to be amended by Amendment 2. Thank you. So the vote on Amendment 2 has also closed, and this time there were 474 votes in favour and 12 votes against. So the amendment was again overwhelmingly carried. And the final vote on this session is that we're going to take a vote on the substantive motion as amended by Amendment 1 and Amendment 2. So we'll start the vote now, and you'll be able to vote for the next 2 minutes in the poll section of Hop-In, which is either on the right-hand side or you press a round button to get to it on some mobile devices. Thank you. So I now have the result of the vote on the substantive motion. There were 556 votes in favour and 6 votes against, so the motion is overwhelmingly carried. Thank you, Conference, for a very well-informed and passionate debate, which included 4 great first-time speakers. I'd like to thank my aides, Jeff Payne, Chris Adams and Nick DaCosta. And this now concludes this session. There'll be a very brief pause before the leaders' Q&A starts. Thank you.
Good afternoon, conference. My name is Cara Jenkinson, and my aides for this session are Jenny Rigg and John Ball. We now move to section F13, which is the question and answer session for the leader. And I'm delighted to welcome Sir Ed Davey, our new leader. Now, normally there'd be a huge round of applause. We don't have that in this setting. But we do have lots of questions for Ed. So in terms of the format for the session, I'm going to be putting questions raised by members to Ed. After he's responded to the initial question, I will ask if the questioner has a supplementary, and I may also take questions from the chat as well. It would be really helpful if you can use the auditorium chat for questions only, and you can use the event chat for any comment. And that's just going to help us with this question selection. So I'm now going to move to our first question. If I could ask Ben Scott Robinson just to stand by. My question is from Ben. And the question is, what is a Liberal Democrat? Who are you targeting? And how will your vision reach them?
Well, thank you, Ben, and hello, conference. I think political party must always start with our values, and the Liberal Democrat values of freedom, equality of opportunity, community. These are our strong values, which we've campaigned on for years and years, and we must keep campaigning on them. And in terms of the targeting, I actually think there are millions and millions of people who share those values. And I think in the recent past, we may have been too narrow. I think there's lots of people who will vote for us. I think those values speak to huge amounts of people. The real challenge that we have is to translate them into people's lives, their everyday problems, their everyday hopes. And that's the challenge that, as leader, I need to take on with the whole party. And what I say to you and Ben and many other campaigners out there is, let's make sure we translate these wonderful values that are unique to the Liberal Democrats and make sure they're relevant to people's lives.
Thank you. So we don't have Ben on Zoom, so we will just move to the next question. And that is from Fraser Graham. So Fraser, if you could just stand by in case you have a supplementary. Fraser's question: how will you broaden diversity in the party? And how will you work with relevant AOs and SAOs to ensure that their voice is heard?
Well, thank you, Fraser. This is a critical question for the party. If we don't improve our diversity, we don't deserve to succeed. We have made some progress in recent years. I want to pay huge tribute to Joe Swinson, who campaigned so hard to make sure we improved on gender. And we have made real strides on that. We can't be complacent. There's much more to do. But we've got to really improve our representation from black and ethnic minorities, from disabled people, from LGBT plus groups. And I want to work with the AOs. I want to work with the whole party. And I want to give that leadership nationally. But I want every local party to realise it's their responsibility too. And if you look back and read the Older Dice review, which looked at this just 2 years ago, it said that we've got to change the culture of the party. And I hope we can all do that, collectively do that together. The Thornhill General Election Review showed that we hadn't fully implemented the Older Dice review. And my message is we've got to stop talking and writing reports, we've got to start doing. And that's what I want to do. I want to lead to make sure we are a much more diverse party. We represent the people of Britain.
Thank you, Ed. Fraser, do you have a supplementary question for Ed?
Yes, yes, I do. Am I coming through? Yeah.
You are.
Yeah, so taking that, obviously the AOs and SAOs are bodies that have been directly elected by members of those diversity groups to represent them. So will you commit to yourself and your spokesperson team coordinating directly with those elected SAOs on the issues that most affect those diversity groups?
The short answer is yes. But let me give you a particular example. LD Campaign for Racial Equality are a SAO that I've worked with already, and I want to continue working with them. And I say that to every SAO or AO that represents campaigning on diversity, very committed to doing that. And I just only add this, in my own constituency, I've tried to make sure that our local party is more diverse. And I've reached out to the many communities in my constituency. For example, we have a large Tamil community, we have a large Gujarati community, a large Korean community, a large Muslim community, where the Muslims mainly come from Pakistan, Syria, Iraq and Iran. And I've reached out over a period of time, and I'm really proud that if you look at Liberal Democrat Council Group in Kingston, we've got more females than males. We've got a brilliant women leader in Caroline Kerr. Most of the top jobs are held by women councillors. And we have 8 BAME councillors. And that has required a lot of leadership and a lot of engagement with people. So I'm very happy to engage in SEOs, AOs of our own party, absolutely.
Thank you. And just picking up from the chat, particularly in the light of the previous motion that was discussed, specifically around disabled members and making sure that they are adequately, their voice is heard, basically.
Well, I'm a member of the Liberal Democrat Disability Association, and I joined actually because I'm a father of a disabled son. And while I cared about disability before, of course I did, and helped many constituents get over the different challenges, I see it through the lens of a father now. And I couldn't be more committed to equality for people with disabilities, and therefore be delighted to work with the LDDA.
Thank you very much, Ed. So this is a question from someone who wishes to remain anonymous. If you could choose any person from history to join your parliamentary team, who would it be? And they don't have to be a Liberal.
Oh, well, it would have to be someone who I miss very much, and I know the party does, and he was a great Liberal, and that's Paddy Ashdown. And I'll tell you why. My first job in the party was as the party's economics advisor, and I was quite young, and I'd go in and almost every Monday, because the economy was in the news, it was a recession, jobs were a massive issue, job losses, and how could we rebuild, and Paddy was therefore really focused on that as an issue. And so he'd ring me up most Monday mornings, and Paddy, with his military background, would sort of bark down the phone, "Edward, come up to my office." So it would be great fun to be able to ring Paddy on a Monday morning and ask him to come to my office to get the benefit of his amazing advice. He was a brilliant Liberal, and one of the reasons why he'd be perfect to advise me at the moment is when he took over the leadership, the party was just 4% in the polls, an asterisk in Scotland, and it was tough, and people didn't see it as relevant. But he was really, really clear. We needed to build back from grassroots. We needed to really get success in local government, and we needed to have clear messages which resonated with people. And therefore, I think he'd be a great advisor at the moment.
Thank you very much, Ed. Next question is from Nick Holliday. We will not gain power or save democracy on our own. We must face the facts and seek alliances. When will we start?
Really important question, but we've got to start with ourselves first. You know, and when I made my acceptance speech, I said that we need to wake up and smell the coffee. And I hope you understood what I meant by that, was that we've had 3 very disappointing general election results in just 5 years. And, you know, if you look at the figures, we're not strong. And before we talk about alliances, I want us to be strong. You know, if you go into any issue in the future, you know, after the general election, whenever, we've got to be strong. We've got to win more Liberal Democrat votes, have more Liberal Democrat MPs, more Liberal Democrat councillors. So we are strong, and we represent a strong group of Liberal Democrats who can play a good hand. And so my focus, and I'm not trying to dodge the question, my focus will be on building up our party and not being distracted by ideas that there's some sort of short-term route. I mean, it's not that I'm against working with other parties. I've done that in my life. Lots of Liberal Democrat councillors do that all the time. So, you know, as a party that strongly believes in electoral reform, in PR, that sort of takes you into working with other parties. And that's the sort of people we are, isn't it? So I'm very happy to do that. But let us be strong first. And let us, by the way, also say to people who want to talk to us, do you want to reform our political system? Our political system is broken. We need electoral reform. We need to devolve power and have stronger local government. And I want to know if other parties share that desire to change the political system in our country.
Okay. And I'm going to turn back to Nick to see if he has a supplementary question.
Well, I do. And thank you very much indeed, Ed, for taking the first question that I asked. Maybe we could have a debate about your answer at some stage. That would be good. But I just wonder, will you lead efforts to bring all democracy-supporting agencies together to form a single, powerful, effective voice? It all seems very fragmented out there amongst a lot of people who believe the same things as we do, but it isn't really getting across to the public.
Well, you make the real valid points that we need to get our message across. We need to hone it. But I do think as we've got some time before the next general election, we have had a set of elections which have been very disappointing. As we build that message up to get it out there, we need to listen, and we need to have that humility in listening. And that's why I'm doing this listening tour of the country, speaking to people in their workplaces, speaking to people in their communities. You know, I've been to Stockport, spoke to Anne and Bob, who own a fish and chip shop, and spoke to their staff. I've been to farms in Wales. I've been to a green business in Fife, and I'm going to be on this listening tour for many months. And if we listen, we can get that message right that's relevant to people, and then we can make ourselves far more relevant to others. And I know you'd like us to sort of say, well, let's find some quick magic fix of the political system. I don't think that's how the first past the post works. The reality of our flawed electoral system is there are some areas where we can be really strong in local government and challenge the Tories and get the Tories out of government. And you know, I want to make sure in those areas we've got the message. We make them relevant to people, to their aspirations, to their hopes and fears, and that way our progressive values can be part of getting the Tories out of government.
Thank you. And kind of a related question to a point you were making earlier, specifically, how do we push for proportional representation?
Well, we, first of all, should stand very strong in our beliefs in electoral reform. I've been a campaigner for electoral reform since before I joined the party back in 1989. And this party has rightly been true to this vital cause because it improves our democracy. I am seeing signs in other parties that they may move. We'd hear talks in the Labour Party. We hear talks in elsewhere. I've even heard talks in the Tory Party, though I'll believe it when I see it. And we need to encourage that, because the sad truth is we can't deliver it by ourselves. That's the sad truth. I wish it wasn't the case, but it is the case. And therefore, we've got to be strong and determined in putting the case for electoral reform, but we've also got to encourage others too, particularly the Labour Party. And I'd say to members, to councillors, to activists, you may have Labour colleagues, Labour councillors, Labour members who you know in your communities. Talk to them, persuade them of the case, and encourage them to push their leadership to adapt what I think is the sensible reform of our democracy, an urgent reform to our democracy.
Thank you. So the next question, we move to health and social care. And Mohsen, if you could please stand by if you have a supplementary. So what would your top 3 messages on health and social care be on the doorstep?
Well, thank you for the question. For me, there's nothing more important than getting this right for our country. And for me, I've been a carer most of my life. I was a carer for my mum when she was ill, carer for my gran when she was frail, and carer for my disabled son. And so getting those care systems right for people, I know how important it is. And there are millions of people who need to see the care system improve. So we need to be campaigning on that. And I'm determined that we do, working with our wonderful campaigners across the country. But if you push me to what are the three messages on the doorstep at the moment, I'd actually go first resources. I'd say only the Liberal Democrats are arguing for a penny on income tax, for extra cash for your health service and your social care. People understand that. They know that the health service and social care needs cash, and we can be honestly and upfront say where it's coming from. I'd also, as a particular issue, I'd take out mental health. Mental health is, we've got a good track record, work that Norman Lamb has done, work that local campaigners have done. We passed a fantastic motion yesterday. Thank you, conference, for that. And in the context of COVID and the stresses that people have, I think talking about mental health. And finally, my advice is have a local issue. There must be a local health campaign that the Liberal Democrats are running. In my area, I've run many health campaigns. For example, to create a new healthcare centre in Chessington. I've created one a few years ago, working with the local Liberal Democrat councillors. We managed to start another campaign because we want a second one in the North Chessington. So these campaigns, they really resonate on the doorstep because people understand that it's something that you could deliver on. So I think resources, mental health and a local campaign would be my three messages for the doorstep.
Thank you very much. And Mohsin, do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you, Ed. Some clear messages there. How should we change as a society to prepare for future pandemics and crises?
Well, we should start by having an independent public inquiry, because we need to learn the lessons, and there's an awful lot that's gone on that I don't think we know. Whether it's the preparations that should have happened. You may remember there was an exercise that they carried out in 2016, which was a sort of simulation. It's called the Cygnus exercise, and there was lots of recommendations, and the government didn't follow them. So first thing is, we need the inquiry to look at how the government failed to prepare after 2016. Then we need to look at their reaction to the news that this virus, this awful disease, was coming across from Asia through to Europe. And why were we so slow? Why was the government so awfully slow? And then how did they fail on those other issues we know about, PPE, testing, tracing and isolation, and of course, their failure to protect the care homes, which is such a tragedy. So Mohsin, I know you're an amazing healthcare professional, so I probably need to talk to you to get your advice. But I do think as a country, we need a proper independent inquiry to understand what the facts are, work out what the lessons are for the future, and indeed hold certain people to account.
Thank you, Ed. And a question from the chat about lockdown. Do you feel that lockdown restrictions have set a precedent of restricting individual freedom? How should we as Liberals respond to this?
Well, we must not allow there to be any talk of any precedent being set. I was very worried in the House of Commons in March and spoke in the second reading debate on the coronavirus, what was then a bill. And I made our concerns really clear. Concerns on the way it was restricting people's freedoms, and give you a classic example, which is something I'm campaigning on now. And that was the way the bill took away rights to care of disabled people. It reduced the duties on local authorities to provide that care. It actually broke international law, something we found out afterwards. And we voted for that Care Act because we felt we had to. There was an emergency on, and Parliament might not have come back for weeks. We didn't know. But we did so with a heavy heart. We have next week a debate on whether that legislation should be renewed. And I've already written to the Prime Minister. I asked him at Prime Minister's Questions 2 weeks ago, raising my concerns about how that act was taking away people's rights, like the rights of disabled people in the way I've described, and how we couldn't accept that. We couldn't support legislation that took away people's rights in that way. And so, I'm waiting for him to get back to me. We do need laws to help us through this pandemic, and I think anyone doubts that. We need to follow the guidelines. We need to keep people safe. But they should be for the shortest possible, period. They should not take away critical rights of people to care. And I think if we can make that case in Parliament, I think we can win support from other sides and certainly support from people. And we should be absolutely true to our values in the way we debate these issues.
Thank you. So another anonymous question. So how would your friends describe you in 3 words? And how would your enemies describe you in 3 words?
That's a tricky one. Well, I know I've got a nickname of Tigger. They think I'm a bit Tiggerish, if you know that famous character. So I guess people think I've got some energy, and I'm bouncing around a lot. And, I love meeting people, and I guess that's where that comes from. When I've looked back at pictures of me when I was just coming to Parliament, at age 31, I was very earnest, and maybe you think I am still now. And so, like a puppy Labrador with that earnest feeling, because I'm quite serious. I want to improve our country. And constituents say that I'm approachable, that I'm sort of easygoing, and people come and talk to me, and they come to my surgeries, do a lot of advice surgeries in my constituency, and people they find it easy to talk to me. So I hope that's a positive. On the negatives, well, I hope I haven't got too many enemies. I'm sure I've got some political enemies, I remember when Tim Farron talked about Liberal Democrats like cockroaches, and maybe that's what they say about Tim, me, and the whole Liberal Democrats, that we're cockroaches. We're determined. We're not going to give up. We'll be campaigning, and if they think they've got rid of us, they should think again. We're coming back. So I'll leave it like that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So the next question is from Beck Scott. If they could please stand by. Young people have gone through a lot this year. What's our message to them as Lib Dems?
Well, I think young people have been a group that suffered the most. Whether it's people who've gone through the crisis of the exam disaster, taking their GCSEs, their A-levels, and the way the government must have made them so worried, so alarmed, so stressed in the way it was mishandled by Gavin Williamson. Then, of course, I think some young people, obviously, they have felt very constrained, and it will have affected some people's mental health. We've certainly seen reports about that. And when you talk about the future of work and the future of office, I think young people are those who've suffered the most by not having to go into work, from working from home, because they've not been able to socialise, to get training and mentoring and so on. So there's no doubt that the question is absolutely right. I think young people have suffered the most, and the question is, how do we help them? And it's a really, really good question. I think fundamentally by making sure that we think about them in all our policies, in all our approaches. And we've got amazing, lots of young people in the party, and we need to listen to them as we develop those policies. So let me give you one example. I've been thinking about how the office economy, the world of work, is going to change. Because while I think many people will go back to the office, I'm not sure if they go back to the office that much as they were pre-pandemic. But in talking to a number of businesses, a number of people in this listening tour, actually younger people do want to go back to the office. And so we've got to facilitate that. We need to make sure and work with businesses that they're flexible, so those young people who need to be able to go back to work, that they get that support. And when it comes to our universities and our schools, we've got to reach out far more than this government has. This government hasn't supported schools and pupils, hasn't supported university students in the way it should have done, and we need to be arguing the case that they should.
Thank you very much. Bex, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I do. You mentioned in your response young people in the party. I wondered what you were going to do as leader to engage young people at all levels of the party and to engage young Liberals.
Well, I'm hoping that young Liberals will invite me to some of their conferences and discussions, and because I really, really feel passionately about that. We need to understand the priorities. And, I know already from looking at some of the campaigns that Young Liberals have rightly started and run in the party, will have a lot in common. I'll give you the one example about young carers. It's been the young Liberals who've argued that at a party conference and changed party policy, and you should be very proud of that. And for me, as a young carer between the ages of 12 and 15, when I looked after my mother, I know how important your proposals were. So I'd want to build on that. And I mean, there are issues that I know are very, very dear to young Liberal campaigners in the party, particularly housing. And we need to think about ensuring that we deliver on the housing that young people need. And going back to my point about the office economy and how I think it's very likely post-COVID that we won't see as many people going as often into offices. The implication of that is there'll be a reduce in the demand for office space. And while that may take a little while to work through, I think we need government and councils to work with those property owners to try to see whether or not we can repurpose those office blocks. We don't want them staying idle and empty when we've got people whose housing needs to be improved. And could you imagine a situation where we could get sustainable, affordable, quality housing in the centres of our cities and towns that used to be office blocks, but they're repurposed really to high qualities, and maybe they could be really good places for young people and others to live in. So I think housing is an issue that young Liberals have talked to me about, but I want to engage with young people in the party throughout my leadership in order to make sure that I am speaking about your issues.
Thank you. Another question that relates to young people. Having voted for UBI, how can we justify keeping student fees at such high levels?
Well, I think I'd like to take those two aside separately. The party does need to debate the future of education finance and student support, but that's going to need a lot of work. I've always been a big fan of grants, of having good maintenance grants for those youngsters from poorer backgrounds. But we do need a proper debate on that. I think the UBI is a policy that I'm really proud the party has passed. And let me give you my thoughts on that, because when I was the party's economics advisor, working with Paddy Ashdown when he barked down the phone at me, I helped devise the first time we had a UBI in the party. It was called Citizens' Income, and we passed it back in 1990, which is showing my age a little bit. But in doing the numbers to show that we could afford that, what came through loud and clear to me was the two groups in society who benefited the most. First of all, carers, unpaid carers, of which there are millions. And secondly, the most marginalised people in our society who fall through the existing safety net. Many homeless people, many people escaping domestic violence, often young people who don't get lost to the system, care leavers, for example. So, that's why I support UBI, because there are big groups of people out there who would make a dramatic difference to. And I'm afraid on HE finance, let's debate that. But I would want to disentangle the two. I don't think it follows logically that you do one, you must do the other in a particular way.
Thank you very much. Now move on to a couple of questions about the media. So the first one. Free and fair elections require a free and fair media. What should we do to make that a reality?
Well, media reform is always a tricky political issue because we believe in a free press, and when Parliament legislates on this issue, you're going to have some challenges getting that balance right. The thing I've been worried about the most, however, is the abuse of social media, whether on Facebook, Twitter, or all the other different outlets where we have seen big money, dark money if you like, interfering. And the real concern is that has affected our democracy and got in the way of free and fair elections. And there has to be regulation on that. We've seen Daisy Cooper's come up with some great ideas. I think the party has begun to debate them. I want to take that forward to make sure that we can work with others, actually, because you'll have to do this cross-party, and learn from other countries, so we prevent new media making the situation even worse. It's bad enough time with pots of the old media, we know that. But some of the shocking ways that we know about and the way that the new media has undermined, I think, free and fair elections. We need to ensure we have tough regulation to stamp that out.
Thank you. And another media-related question. How are you planning to improve our party's image in the media?
Well, the key thing is getting the right messages and ensuring that we are in tune with people's aspirations, their hopes, the things they worry about. And I'm therefore going to bring it back to this point I'm making a lot about listening and being a listening leadership. Because I do fear that lots of people, and all the evidence shows this, they used to think we were on their side and they no longer do. They used to think we got their back and they no longer do. And, you know, I feel, as I said in one of the earlier questions, our values are relevant to loads of people. So the challenge is ensuring that those values translate to people so they do feel we're on their side, that we do represent them, we are relevant to them. And, you know, if we do that and have clear messages, that media that we do get, and let's face it, is not as much as we would like, but we can use it with message discipline to really talk to people so that they know Liberal Democrats will represent them and their families and help them get on in life and deal with their problems. And if that is based on real deep listening, I think the media that we get will be much more powerful and help our party go forward.
Thank you. A question relating to old media. What would be the one book you would recommend for conference attendees to read, and why?
Well, you know, the books I read the most at the moment, they're with my children. And during lockdown, I did a few videos, mainly targeted at my local constituency, of me reading books. And the one that I got the most positive reaction from party members was when I read Dogs Don't Do Ballet by Anna Kemp. And you might think that's an odd choice, but I recommend it. It's quite an easy read. I mean, there are obviously many more serious books, but if you want a bit of fun, sometimes getting out of the space that we inhabit, the very serious space, that can relax you. And reading to my children is one of the best ways to relax.
Thank you. So a couple of questions in relation to the climate emergency. Where do you stand on designating groups like Extinction Rebellion as organised crime groups when we are facing a climate emergency?
Well, I don't think that debate is helpful at all. What we need to do is bring people together. I think dividing people when we have something so important as a climate emergency, we need to find ways to bring together. And you know, there are people on both sides of the argument, and even some people in Extinction Rebellion who are not unifiers. And I think we're winning the argument. I think it's quite exciting. I think whether it's Greta, whether it's campaigners more broadly, the awareness of the environment and the awareness of the need to take action on climate change, I don't think it's ever been higher. Isn't that an opportunity for us, something we feel passionately about, that's in the Liberal Democrat DNA? And it means that, you know, campaigning on the environment at local level, national level, linking in, integrating it with issues like the economy. That's why I've talked about a green economic recovery as a way out of this very deep recession from COVID. I think that will resonate. So, you know, let's not divide people, and let's bring people together with some really popular messages, which be one of the ways that we can actually get the benefit of the fact that people are waking up in larger numbers to the need to take action on climate.
Thank you. So a question relating to something you said earlier. What will you do with regard to ensuring that housing in office block conversions meets space and sustainability standards, particularly with more people working from home? And possibly a linked question would be about the proposed changes to planning powers and how that may limit our ability to act on sustainability.
Well, I think the white paper for reforming planning by the Conservatives is absolutely and utterly disgraceful. And we must campaign against it, friends, across the country. I was talking at a fringe earlier with the Local Government Association, and great Liberal Democrats there from local government, Ollie Grenda from the House of Lords, amazing campaigner on housing. And we all agreed that these reforms were unacceptable. They were anti-democratic. They would reduce the rights of our residents, who we are elected to serve, and it was a developer's charter. And so we have to campaign about that. And I think it's something that across England, where these reforms would impact, we can make it a big thing where we, come together on a national campaign supporting those local planning campaigns. So I think this is a really important moment. And because these reforms are so outrageous, it's an opportunity for us to get our message over about local democracy and about our attachment to local communities. How that links to what I was saying about housing in city centres is, I think we do need, if we're going to do what I'm suggesting, repurposing them, if they do become available, it's got to be high standards, absolutely. And one of the things I worry about, the way the Conservatives go, the way that they are going in the white paper, is it is about reducing environmental standards. It is about reducing the rights of people. And we must be absolutely clear. We need the highest environmental standards. We need to make sure that buildings are safe, that are livable in. The way the Conservatives have allowed developers to have permitted development rights, so they build homes without windows. This is a disgrace. So let us campaign against the Conservatives on planning, and let's campaign for quality homes for people.
Thank you. We now move to a question about Europe from Stuart Kellett on the chat. How do we get back to a closer relationship with Europe post-Brexit?
Well, first of all, we need to be clear that we are the pro-European party, and we shouldn't be afraid of showing that we are pro-European. And in the debates that are in front of us, the debates about the future relationship, whether it's through the trade deal that's been negotiated or things beyond that, we need to make the argument that the closest possible relationship with our friends and neighbours in Europe serves the British people's interest. I think people are clearer now than ever in terms of the economic side. We've got potentially the most deepest economic recession for 300 years because of COVID. The idea you put barriers in the way of trade at this moment is just ludicrous, and we shouldn't be afraid of saying that. And if they come up with a no deal or a hard deal, we should be very critical of that, because it's not giving people whose jobs are on the line, whose business are on the line, the help that they need. And whether it's on climate, whether it's on security, whether it's on even the pandemic, surely it makes sense to work with other countries, and we should make that as committed internationalists, as people who are committed pro-Europeans. We must make those arguments and continue to make them.
Thank you. Next question. How do we reach out to the voters in left-behind towns across the UK?
This is actually central to my message about listening. Because I think many of those voters in those types of towns, they don't see us as relevant to their concerns. They don't think that we speak for them. And perhaps in how we've campaigned in the past, you might not blame them. But I believe we do speak for them in terms of our values. And by listening to their concerns, we need to find solutions for their problems that are based on liberal values. And there are so many. We've talked about housing, we talked about jobs, we talked about health, we talked about care. All of these, from a liberal perspective, we can offer more hope for people in such towns. So that's why I'm going on and on about listening, because I think we need to translate our values more effectively so people see us as relevant to their problems. And we can do that. People do that in our party when we're at our best. Our local government champions have been so successful in so many areas, and we need to learn from our local government campaigning. And as national leader, I'm prepared to be humble. I think we have made mistakes, and let's look at what the best practice is in some of our community politics, so we can make ourselves relevant to people in left behind towns.
Thank you. Another question. How do we make, from Helena Fickling, how do we make politics interesting to the huge numbers of people that are turned off by it?
That's a great question. I actually think you make it interesting for them if you're talking about things that are closer to them. it's one of the reasons I'm a Liberal Democrat. I believe in power being close to people, and why our commitment to local democracy isn't about, therefore winning seats at Westminster. Our commitment to local democracy is about our commitment to local democracy, which is great in itself. And I think if people can see us as a party that's active in their community, that's caring about the issues that are outside their front door, in their near communities, I think, we can make it more fun, make it more relevant to them at least. Whether it's fun or not is a question, but we can certainly make it more relevant to them. They can see that there are politicians who care about the things that they care for. And when you do that, when you win people's trust, you can get them to vote for you nationally. Take my constituency. We've been very strong in a number of areas over many years in my constituency. And I can knock on doors and people will say to me, Ed, we think your local Liberal Democrat focus team is fantastic. We like the way you champion our area. Don't like your national party, but I'm going to vote for you, Ed. I'll take that because they've seen me and the local Liberal Democrats as people on their side, and they've engaged with what we do in the community, and that is a start. And obviously, I'd like to win them over to us nationally, but I think that's the way to win people over and to make them feel that politics can be relevant to them. I could have talked about climate change. I could have talked about lots of other things, and I care passionately about them, as you know. But I do think getting into the communities, getting into the grassroots is key, and we should not forget that.
Thank you. A question around LGBT plus rights. What are you doing to support LGBT plus rights and to hold up our values on them within the party? Question from Paul O'Neill.
Well, I'm a member of the Liberal Democrats, and our party has spoken up for the rights of LGBT plus people for decades, when it wasn't popular, when people didn't see it as relevant. But we've championed that. We've got a proud tradition over many years. I was deeply proud when I moved the amendment in the House of Commons, I think it was back in 2003, to get rid of the homophobic Section 28. And we should be all proud of the work that Lynn Featherstone did and Nick Clegg did in the coalition when we introduced same-sex marriage. And we need to campaign on all these issues of equality and never let up. I'd add one thing. We're going to continue that proud tradition, but I also want us, as an internationalist party, to think about LGBT plus rights across the world. If we're truly internationalists, we truly believe in equality, you see some of the most egregious, disgraceful discrimination and harassment of LGBT plus communities in some countries. And we need to speak out about them, whether it's when the UK does trade deals, when there are visits by ministers. If we don't speak up for these communities in these particular countries, no one else will. So I think that's incumbent on us, and that's I'm very keen to work with the LGBT community within the party, but that's an area that I'd like to see us do more on.
Thank you. A question from Carol Braithwaite on the chat. How do we shake off our label of twee middle class party and appeal to a more diverse demographic?
Well, I'm going to say it again, listening, going out to the communities. My first listening tour was in Stockport. I did a lunchtime shift in a fish and chip shop, and I talked to Anne and Bob and Jamie, their manager, and, there was nothing twee about it. I'm sure the middle class people coming to like fish and chips, and I'm afraid I occasionally partake. But I do think we need to go to all communities and to all groups of people. And I share the worry behind the question, actually. I think there has been a danger that in focusing just on some narrow issues, vital though they are, noble principles, we have come across as only caring about those, when actually, of course, we care about so many other issues. We do care about tackling inequality. We are totally committed to social justice and building a fairer society. And I think people need to hear that more from us, whether it's on housing policy, whether it's on investment in education, investment in care, or at the moment, particularly about jobs with the COVID recession. So I want to change our party away from that image. I think it's absolutely crucial we do.
Thank you. So I think this will be the last question to you, Ed. So question from Adam Roberts. How do we win big and establish a foothold in the May 2021 elections?
Great question, Adam, because it's critical. We aren't going to be able to do anything if you don't win elections. And I like to think I'm a bit of a campaigner, and I love campaigning. I love knocking on doors. It's been very frustrating during the lockdown. And the elections next May are the biggest set of elections we ever seen between general elections. We've got elections in huge numbers of English local councils. We've got the Police and Crime Commissioner. We've got the London Assembly Mayor. We've got the Welsh Senedd. And we have the Scottish Parliament, which is a critical set of elections for the future of our country. And we have to win in all of those. And what I'd say to campaigners, I hope you've got your candidates in place. I hope you've got your messages in place. I hope you have a fundraising strategy. And I want to work with you at the grassroots and up to make sure we have great messaging. And I'll give you two examples. One we touched on earlier about planning. That's a massive issue across so many English local councils. Can we campaign together on that and win big in many English councils? More broadly, can we get over this message that's coming back from when I talk to people on this listening tour? They're telling me that the issues they really care about, the issues they're talking about, is COVID and the health crisis, is COVID and the jobs crisis. And they want to know, what are you, the Liberal Democrats, going to do about that? And so let's talk about that, because that's the message from the voters. And there may be some others who talk about other things. The SNP talking about constitutional distraction. I think the people in Scotland want to talk about the health, and they want to talk about care, and they want to talk about jobs. So let us talk about the issues that people really care about. And if we do, if we can make ourselves relevant to their lives, their problems, their hopes, you know what? I think we can win big.
Thank you very much, Ed, for answering all of the questions so comprehensively. And thank you so much also to the people that have submitted questions on the chat and beforehand as well. And I'd finally like to say thank you to my aides, Jenny Rigg and John Ball. And apologies if I didn't manage to call your question. Thank you.
Welcome back to conference. We're now on conference item F14, the report of the parliamentary parties. My name's John Bridges, and beside me are my aides, Jenny Lang, Crid Adams and Jeff Payne. And can I welcome our new Chief Whip in the Commons, Wendy Chamberlain MP, and Dick Newby, Leader of the Liberal Democrats in the House of Lords. I will, of course, assume that you've all read in detail the reports in the report to conference autumn 2020 on the party website. So I'll only ask for a brief introduction and update on their report and then take any formally submitted questions. After that, if there is time, we will take questions from the chat. And if you'd like to ask a question, please let us know who you are in the chat and keep them as brief as possible. At the end of the session, there will be a formal vote on each report. So can I call on Wendy Chamberlain to present the report for the Commons? Wendy.
Thank you very much, and it's great to be here as Chief Whip for the first time. John, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Wendy.
Will I just make a start, even if you can't see me?
Yeah, if you could do that.
Yeah, that's great. Hello, everybody, and I'm delighted to be here in my capacity as Chief Whip in the Commons. For a historical note, we've never had a female Chief Whip, so I feel very privileged indeed. As John said, hopefully you've had the opportunity to read through the written report. So my update is just really what's happened since that written report was submitted. So obviously we've had the outcome of the leadership election, and Ed Davey has been elected our leader. But in terms of what's been going on in the Commons, our work has not changed, and we've continued to apply pressure to the government for its poor handling of the coronavirus and Brexit. Somebody said to me that the government was in the middle of a crisis, lots of fires going on at once, and as I pointed out, they had the opportunity to douse one of those fires by extending the transition agreement, which they failed to do. Regarding coronavirus, Public Health England was scrapped, and my colleague Munira has questioned the Secretary of State and the Prime Minister on why they've implemented such a radical change in the middle of a public health crisis. The world-beating system seems to be a failure. The Chancellor has obviously given a statement this week on his most recent economic measures in response to the pandemic, and Christine Jardine, in typical Christine fashion, has raised the fact that there is still no measures in place for the 3 million people who have been excluded from support, and we will continue to support and campaign for that group. Tim Farron this week had an urgent question accepted on protecting private renters from eviction during coronavirus, and those measures were put in place to protect renters ended last week. And Tim was challenging housing ministers on the tens of thousands of people who are in immediate danger of losing their homes as a result of that. We've been fighting to improve and delighted to see the motion passed yesterday in relation to NHS health and care staff, in relation to their mental health services, and we've been introducing bills on that and to give foreign workers the right to stay in the UK. And finally, regarding Brexit, the internal market bill is still making its way through the Commons currently. As we know, it breaks international law, and we are fighting it at every step, from the way it puts a strain on the union. And one of the reasons why I was supporting the federalism motion earlier, lowers our international standing and alienates our allies. The oven-ready deal that the government and the Prime Minister spoke about is clearly not ready. I think that's it for me. I'll hand over to Dick.
Thank you, Wendy. Can I call Dick Newby to present the report from the Lords?
Thanks very much. Well, the extraordinary thing that's been happening in the Lords is that we've gone from being a very, very traditional place that never changes anything to somewhere that's changed every way in which we do business. So people are voting electronically. People are coming in electronically. We've got screens hung up from all around the place. And as a result, the nature of debates changed a heck of a lot. We have, however, been attempting to hold the government to account in two major areas. First of all, coronavirus, where Wendy was talking about the work of Tim Farron on renters and trying to stop evictions. Ollie Grender put down what's called a fatal motion to a statutory instrument last week, where we tried to do the same in the Lords. Labour didn't support us, unfortunately, and to their shame, and we didn't win. But it's an evidence of how we, with our 92 votes in the Lords, can really make a difference. The other big area, of course, is all the Brexit legislation, where we've had a whole plethora of bills, some of which are still going through. To name but a few: trade, agriculture, immigration, medicines, and we'll get the internal markets bill. On the agriculture bill, we defeated, with cross-party support, the government 6 times, including on such basic things as trying to make sure that food standards are maintained. And it's an example of how we try to work in the Lords, i.e. across parties. We have 90 votes, but we're the 4th largest group. And we can only win by working with others. We established during all the Brexit stuff and the earlier Brexit legislation the practice of working with others. This is now well established, so that if we've got a good case, and crucially if we can get Labour on side, we can win votes and embarrass the government, even though at the moment it's unlikely that things go from the Lords to the Commons on ping-pong are going to be accepted by the government. But it does mean that we can have a really firm and good impact on the Lords, and get the Lib Dem case across in a way that, because of the numbers and the practices in the Commons, it's very difficult for Wendy and her colleagues to do.
Thank you, Dick, for that update. So we now go through to the formal questions. Our first questioner is Deborah Newton-Cook from the Lib Dems in Europe. Deborah.
Hello. Good afternoon, fellow conference members. I'm calling you from Brussels today, and I'm one of 5 million British residents overseas. That's about 2 million Brits on the continent of Europe and 3 million in the rest of the world. And most of us, sadly, are disenfranchised, and we do not have a voice in either house. In the House of Commons, because there is no minister responsible for British residents overseas, and neither in the House of Lords. Yet we count for 8% of the British population, and we are a community of about the size of Scotland. Now, I asked both our Liberal Democrat leadership candidates my question, and that during the hustings, and that was, would they appoint one of the Lib Dem team in the House of Lords to be party spokesman for the 5 million British residents overseas? And they both gave me a positive response. So I'm repeating my question today to Lord Newby, and I'm wondering whether he would be up for giving us a positive response and committing to appointing indeed a spokesperson from, as you just said, 92 Lib Dem Lords to look after the interests of the 5 million British residents overseas. Thank you.
Dick, I think this is one for you.
Yep, absolutely. No, well, I'm very happy to give that assurance. I'd already been in some discussions with my Chief Whip about who might do that, and we have 1 or 2 potential candidates in mind, so we'll get on to that next week, and hopefully we'll be able to let you know who that person will be within the next few days.
Deborah, would you like a supplementary on that?
Well, I'd just like to say that there are 3,000 Lib Dem members across Lib Dems in Europe, Lib Dems in France, and Lib Dems overseas. And I'm sure there will be others like me who will be very happy to provide support to whoever accepts the challenge to become a representative for our interests. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, that concludes the formal questions, but we've got some coming through on the chat now. The first question, which again I'm afraid is to Dick, Wendy, is what will the Lords Group attitude be to the Internal Market Bill?
Well, obviously we're very opposed to the Internal Market Bill. Some of it is, of course, illegal. So it's quite easy to be opposed to that. And there will be a very, very strong majority in the Lords on that. I'll come back to that in a second. There are a lot of other measures in it which are very unsatisfactory as well. And so we will be seeking to probe and probably defeat the government on them. I mean, basically, leaving aside the illegal bit, what the government is seeking to do is to have a very, very legalistic, bureaucratic and unnecessary set of measures around bringing together Scotland, Northern Ireland, Wales and England, which takes away powers as they see it from the Scots and Welsh and the Northern Irish in a sort of confrontational way, which is really silly. So there's all that. As far as the illegal bits are concerned, there are 4 or 5 clauses. We've had the extraordinary position in the Lords, really, of some of the Tory top loyalists like Michael Howard, Edward Garnier, Norman Lamont, speaking out very, very strongly against those measures. And of course, Richard Keane, who was the Advocate General for Scotland in the Lords, has already resigned. So there's no doubt that the Lords will reject those clauses if we ever get them. And at the moment, we're not expecting the bill until at least the second week in October. And my guess is that the government will not bring it to the Lords until that October EU summit, and will only bring it to the Lords in its current form if they fail to reach a deal. If that happens, however, there will be a majority in the Lords against the offending clauses. The only question which we're now discussing with other groups is what's the most effective way of making sure that we can stop those clauses ever getting into law. The easiest way is to vote down the bill at second reading, which we can do, but is very unusual. The normal justification for not doing that at second reading is that you don't vote in the Lords against something at second reading if it's been in the Tory party manifesto. Well, our argument is that what the government's proposing is the opposite of what's in their manifesto. So really, to vote the bill down is really protecting them from themselves almost. But as things stand, there's quite a lot of reluctance among some of the lawyers to vote against it at second reading, and Labour to vote against it at second reading. If we don't vote against it at second reading and vote against it and vote to delete them at committee stage, again we can win. We can take the clauses out, but the bill then goes back to the Commons and we start ping pong. And it's possible, that the number of people in the Commons who would rebel at that point, including, say, Theresa May, who I suspect is just going to abstain at the end of all this in the Commons, would vote against, and therefore we would succeed. But my fear is if the Commons gets the bill back with those clauses out, it'll just put them back in again. It'll come back to the Lords. We can delete them. It can go back to the Commons. But after a while, there's a danger that people in the Lords, particularly the crossbenchers, will be seduced by the argument that really, because the Commons is the primary chamber, they should have the final say. So I think the only way we can be absolutely sure of killing these terrible provisions is to try and make sure that we can vote it down at second reading.
Thank you for that. We've now got another question, which I think applies to both, so we'll take Wendy for this first. It's from Nigel Brott-Savage, and the question is, what is the party's policy on accessible, reliable broadband access for the country? Is there any thoughts to make it a utility such as phone, water, waste, etc.?
Thanks very much. I'm thinking that my colleague Jamie Stone would probably have lots to say on this, because as the MP for Caithness, Sutherland and Easter Ross, broadband is an issue that's very close to his heart. I have to say I'm not totally up to speed with party policy on that, but I think utilities, that sounds very reasonable. And I would certainly say that during COVID, we have become even more reliant on internet. The joke is on Maslow's hierarchy of needs now, Wi-Fi comes right at the bottom. So I think increasingly it has become an absolutely essential part of day-to-day life. So what we can certainly do is come back, but my own view myself is that I would be supportive of it.
Okay. I've got another question here. Is there any news on the renovation of Parliament and whether this will result in the Commons moving further north outside of London? And I'll ask Wendy again on this one.
So the restoration project is still planning to move forward. There was a general debate in relation to it a number of weeks ago. I am in Norman Shaw North, along with a couple of other colleagues, Marira and Jamie, which is the building furthest away from the chamber. So in my new role, my step count has gone up by about 2,000 per day, running back and forward between the Whip's office and Norman Shaw. And we did have communications in the last week that the planned renovation of Norman Shaw North would be taking place next summer. And as a result, we would be expecting to move potentially even further away from the chamber while that takes place. So in terms of moving further north, that was certainly something that was spoken about at the start of the year in relation to the House of Lords. My understanding is there is still a real desire within government to spread out certain parts of government departments, etc., away from Whitehall, but no indication at this stage that there would be plans to move the Commons there.
As far as the House of Lords moving to York is concerned, York is about a 40-minute drive from where I live, so I rather like the idea, but it's a non-starter, and the Speaker in the Lords has written to the government and written to the Prime Minister saying that we're not moving. So it's for us to decide where we sit and not the government. So we're not moving out of London. My worry about the restoration and renewal of Parliament more generally is I hear rather ominous noises coming from the leader of the Commons, Jacob Rees-Mogg, who's never wanted the full restoration and renewal programme, which requires a decant out of the House of Commons. He's got a very romantic and very naive view, really, that Parliament isn't Parliament if it's not sitting in its current chamber. And I'm just worried that he will do everything he can to try and stop what is the only sensible way of refurbishing Parliament, namely for us all to move out, for us to strip out all the wires and pipes and to, as it were, start afresh with all of those. And of course, what he's now got as an argument is the economic situation post-COVID. And he can say, well, of course, it'll be ridiculous when we've got all these new debts to be bringing forward vastly expensive plans to benefit parliamentarians when the rest of the country needs help more.
Right. I've got a question now again for Dick. Are the Tory peers as embarrassed as we are about the conduct of the government?
Well, some of them undoubtedly are. One, Patience Wheatcroft, left the Tories over Brexit because she was embarrassed about the government. Richard Keane, as I said, as Advocate General, has left the government because of the illegal plans. But whilst I think the majority of Tories are appalled at what the government's doing, whilst the majority of them think Boris Johnson is a total charlatan, at bottom they're Tories and they will swallow a heck of a lot. All the way through the Brexit process, we've had people who, on the Tory benches, who seriously believe that Brexit's bad for the country, who've been going through the lobbies in support of the government time after time after time, because they're Tories first, second and last, and they're holding their noses very much at the moment. The only thing where there is this potential rebellion is on the illegal clauses, and that's because a lot of them do take the law a lot more seriously than Boris does.
That wouldn't be a hard job, would it? That brings me to Wendy. Do you think Johnson will be Prime Minister in 12 months' time?
Oh, one thing I've certainly learned during my time, my short 9 months as a parliamentarian, is that people used to say a week is a long time in politics, but the reality is this session of Parliament, there might be an 80-seat Conservative majority, but during COVID and with everything else as we depart the EU at the end of the year, a day, hours are sometimes a long time in politics. So yes, there's been consistent rumours about Boris Johnson and his future as leader of the Conservative Party. Personally, I can't see it changing within the year, but I think there is a increasing sort of feeling that he might not be the person that takes us into 2024. Obviously, myself as a Scottish MP, I am very concerned about Boris Johnson, particularly from the perspective of how he makes the Westminster look in comparison to the rest of the UK. We've had very similar outcomes on a number of fronts in Scotland, but I think what Nicola Sturgeon and the Scottish Government have done particularly well is be very, very clear in their communications. They've met people where they are, and I think the government here in Westminster has fundamentally failed to do that.
Right. So we've now got a question from a member, Larry Nigan. What is the party's policy on the upcoming private members' bill on Hong Kong?
So, John, that'll be me.
Okay, Wendy, that will.
Yep. So I'm assuming this is referencing Alistair's private members' bill, his 10-minute rule motion that he had earlier in the Parliament in relation to Hong Kong, and that was in relation to supporting those who are from Hong Kong who wish to stay in the UK in order to be able to do so. And as a party, we're absolutely supportive of that. I think, our position in Hong Kong has been clear before now, even before we were talking about China as a potential aggressor. And we're absolutely supportive of the position of Alistair's bill as a parliamentary party.
Right. Dick.
Sorry, the problem, though, is I don't know about the Commons, but we've stopped having any debates on private members' bills at all in the Lords on the basis that, or the pretext that there's so much other legislation on COVID and Brexit that we don't have time for them. So the worry is that however good a private members' bill might be and however much we might support it, we're simply not having the opportunity to debate them at the minute.
Question from Gareth Evans. Will Keir Starmer thwart our chances of resurgence or enhance it? It's a very general question, I know, but do you want to start with that, Dick?
Yeah, he'll enhance it. I mean, we lost seats at the general election because people at the end of the day, a lot of Tories at the end of the day, voted Conservative because their overriding concern was to stop a Corbyn government. If we're going to prosper, if you look at our target seats, they're nearly all Conservative held. If we're going to win them at a general election, voters mustn't be so scared of Labour that they flock back to the Tories. So I think an electable Labour leader, although in some places it will make our life more difficult, if you take the situation in the round, I think they benefit us. And of course, I know we see things through a party political lens, but having a responsible opposition leader at a time of crisis is actually a good thing.
Wendy?
I would echo a lot of what Dick has said there. The reality is that we as a party tend to prosper at a time where Labour are a credible opposition or indeed government, and we certainly saw that during the Ashdown years and during the Blair premiership. I think it's really important that although obviously Labour are the official opposition and have a sizable number of MPs in Parliament, really important to remember, and I am going to talk about Scotland again, sorry, but it's obviously the context is they only have one MP in Scotland, one Labour MP. We have 4. So there absolutely needs to be, in reality, a resurgence in Labour in Scotland as well for there to be a future Labour government. So the reality is in the short term, Labour cannot be in government by themselves. So I agree that as a result of that, that definitely helps us as a party, because there are places in the UK that Labour can't win, but we absolutely can.
Right. I've got 2 questioners asking about votes for life. They're both saying they've been disenfranchised since Brexit, or will be. Will this be considered under Ed Davey? It was sadly filibustered by the Conservatives, but many previous supportive Lib Dems failed to be present at the discussion. That's from James Chilwell and I think and one other person. Can I go to Wendy on that one?
Okay, I suppose it could be a couple of things that this is talking about. This is obviously potentially in relation to EU citizens at the end of transition period. And it could also be, going back to Deborah's official question earlier, in relation to those who are overseas. So one of the things the government is looking to do is, as part of its portmanteau of electoral reform measures, is to do away with the 15-year limit on overseas voters, allowing them to vote. Now, we're absolutely supportive of that, because absolutely it comes back to the question around votes for life. But what they're not doing is ensuring that they have a proper voice in a particular constituency of being overseas. The other thing to be aware of is the Parliamentary Constituencies Bill is currently in the Lords, and that was a replacement for the previous bill that Theresa May had, which would have reduced the number of UK constituencies to 600. So though the number is staying at 650, the boundaries are going to change, and that the government have applied a 5% limit on that, because their argument is the way to make every vote equal is to make every constituency equal sized. Now, for me, that's a way that we completely undermine the case for first past the post, because first past the post key argument in support of it is that it becomes about politics of place. But if you are setting these very strict criteria, I think you could see real butterfly effects on different constituencies, where a housing development of 2,000 or 3,000 could potentially then knock on to other constituencies. The reason why this relates to overseas voters is because they plan to bring in these overseas voters before the next election, 2024, but after they've set the boundaries. So potentially none of these constituencies are going to be equally sized anyway. And potentially I just don't think that that is the way to properly represent the views of overseas voters. And in relation to EU citizens' rights to vote, absolutely. If you work in this country, if you pay taxes in this country, you should have the opportunity to have a say in the services that you receive as a resident of this country. And I think that's a very liberal perspective.
Thank you, Wendy and Dick. We're now going to move to a series of 2 votes on the reports. You'll find the voting panel on Hopin in the top right of the screen. And for each vote, we're going to give you 2 minutes to vote. So can I see those in favour of accepting or rejecting the report of the Parliamentary Party in the Commons? Please vote now. So the result for that vote was 307 for and only 9 against. So that report is received. And so we now move on to vote 2. And can I see those in favour of receiving or rejecting the report of the Parliamentary Party in the Lords? Could you please vote now? So the result of that vote was 306 to receive the report and 7 against. So the report is received. So that concludes item F14. Can I thank my aides, Jenny Lang, Chris Adams and Jeff Payne. And can I highlight the fact we've got the next item on the agenda is at 35 minutes past 5, and it's Layla Moran in an interview. Thank you.
Welcome back, conference. Now we have a speech from the party's Foreign Affairs and International Development spokesperson, who is Layla Moran, the Member of Parliament for Oxford West and Abingdon.
Thank you, conference. I am delighted to be addressing you today as the Liberal Democrat new spokesperson for Foreign Affairs and International Aid. I would like to start by thanking my good friend Alistair Carmichael for everything that he has done and will continue to do to champion human rights across the world. And of course, thanks is due to Wendy Chamberlain too for her tireless efforts in protecting UK aid. Now, I'm of course sad to be leaving my role as education spokesperson. I spent my career before becoming an MP as a teacher. But once a teacher, always a teacher, and every day is a learning day. So I look forward to this new challenge. In this role, I will be able to use another side of my past. You see, I, like many of you, am a citizen of the world. As Theresa May cack-handedly called it, a citizen of nowhere, well, I never agreed. I preferred citizen of everywhere. I was born in Hammersmith, but when I was 1, my British father took me and my Palestinian mother to Brussels, where he started his career as an EU official. His job took us to Ethiopia, Greece, Jamaica, Jordan, and Egypt. My childhood was spent with a front row seat observing aid projects, attending diplomatic dinners, and even sitting in on trade discussions. And from the back of the room, I'd listen and I'd observe how politics across the world would play out on the ground in the incredible countries that we lived in. And which was my favourite, you ask? Well, I can't answer that question, because every single one left an indelible mark on me and how I see the world. From Ethiopia, through 6-year-old eyes, I watched as military parades and tanks and soldiers would filter by our house almost daily, a reminder to that country of the power of that dreadful dictator Mengistu, who presided over the catastrophic famine made famous by Live Aid. And I remember meeting those children, my age, who had nothing. And to this day, I will never forget them. And that is why I care so deeply about our country's commitment to 0.7% of gross national income going on aid. And that's why I am driven to tackle poverty and stand up for the powerless anywhere in the world. Perhaps had I been born to different parents, I could have been them. We give aid, not just because it's in our enlightened self-interest, but because it is the right thing to do. From Jordan, I got to better understand my own heritage. My mother's family are from Jerusalem. We're an old Greek Orthodox family with a long, proud history of living within the city walls. I got to know my cousins and my mother's school friends as the family moved to Amman when my mother was in her teens. And by this time, I was a teenager. And I got a glimpse into the incredibly complex politics of the Middle East. I am proud to be the first ever British Palestinian MP. I am proud to speak about my family's history in the context of peace and to press for recognition of Palestine by this country. Self-determination is not a carrot or a stick for the US or the UK to use to their own ends. For me and my family, it's personal. It speaks to a deeper sense of being recognized to simply have the right to exist. And that is the approach that I take to this brief. That like all politics, it's always personal to someone. Reading the news today, and certainly over the last weeks and months, you would be forgiven for thinking that the UK's place on the world stage has been utterly undermined and that it's beyond repair. We have a Tory government that is considering scrapping our spending commitments on aid. It's turning a blind eye to human rights atrocities abroad and flouting international law. And I don't care if it's in a limited and specific way. Breaking the law is breaking the law. The Liberal Democrats will always stand with the oppressed and the marginalised across the globe as the most international party in Parliament today. Human rights, equality and the rule of law are at the heart of who we are as a party. Those values are at our core. And just look at our legacy. I'm so proud that it was our party who enshrined 0.7% UK aid spending into law. And now global Britain, under the Tories, is abandoning its place on the world stage. The Tories' mask has slipped. To them, it's all about Brexit and jingoistic nationalist pride. To us, it is so much more. This year marks 50 years since the Liberal Party, as it was then, became the first political party in the UK to adopt the gross national income spending policy at its party's conference, helping to lift people out of poverty, tackling some of the most deadly diseases and enhancing the lives of children across the world. The commitment does vital work and helps the most vulnerable and transforms lives. I cannot believe that the Chancellor is even considering reneging on that pledge in the upcoming spending review. And with the merging of the Foreign and Commonwealth Office with the Department for International Development, the government is sending entirely the wrong message. With illnesses like COVID-19, no one is free from it, until everyone is free from it. Our world is more connected than ever before, and to pretend that we can tackle the virus at home without doing the same abroad is beyond ignorant. Our response is only as strong as the weakest healthcare system. And of course, we cannot forget the biggest issue, threatening our species, our very existence, climate change. To withhold aid now is not only morally wrong, it is against our own interests too. And that's why I'm working with MPs across Parliament to urge Rishi Sunak to take this threat off the table. We shouldn't be going backwards from 0.7%. In fact, I would like our party to explore going up to 1% and using the extra 0.3% to help tackle climate change abroad. Helping the poorest. That is what it means to me to say global Britain. The Tories, I'm ashamed of what they're doing in our name. Now, the Tory shenanigans over the Northern Ireland Protocol in the withdrawal agreement have fundamentally undermined trust in our nation. It used to be that you could trust the UK to do as it promised. Our word was our bond, our integrity beyond reproach. No more. And this matters. Because how can we expect countries like Russia and China to respect the international rule of law when we're not doing it ourselves? The UK has a responsibility to the people of Hong Kong, which is why the Liberal Democrats, led by Alistair Carmichael, introduced a cross-party bill in February to give all the people of Hong Kong the right to live in the UK. And the government's starting to listen. The new security law imposed in Beijing aims to stamp out protests in the name of protecting national security. Well, what we've seen from the Chinese mainland under similar laws is that this is about silencing people, silencing dissent, silencing democracy. How can we as Liberals let this stand? Now is the time for Britain to stand up, to reopen BNO passport offer, to give it to more Hong Kongers, especially young people who so far have been excluded, and give them the right to live and work in the UK. The Liberal Democrats have always stood with Hong Kong, and we will continue to stand with Hong Kong. And now is the time for the government to stand up and join us. But of course, it is not just Hong Kong where China's repression and brutality are laid bare for all to see. Because what is happening to the Uyghur population in Xinjiang province is nothing short of genocide. Detailed reports showing that more than 1 million people are being kept in so-called re-education camps in the region. But that's not all. We have physical abuse, squalid conditions, denouncement of their Islamic faith, forced sterilizations and abortions. The UN Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide includes in its definition causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of that group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within that group. Genocide is a strong word, but to me it's clear. They are engineering a genocide. And the world is looking to the UK and the international community to stand up and take action. And I wonder, has Dominic Raab not seen the footage of people being led off trains to internment camps? I simply don't believe that he hasn't. Which begs the question, why is he ignoring it? Why aren't we automatically granting refugee status to the Uyghurs fleeing persecution? What does global Britain mean if not that? To me, it means open arms. It means leading on the world stage and taking a firm action against hatred and repression wherever it exists, not turning a blind eye. The Chinese Communist Party must be held to account. But we all have our part to play. As consumers, we have a responsibility in the products we buy and the companies we support to make sure that we aren't inadvertently helping them in perpetrating those human rights abuses. Any company selling products produced in the labour camps should not receive our support. And in fact, I call on our government to ban the sale of those products immediately. And I'm sure many of you, perhaps with kids, might have seen Disney's new film Mulan, but did you know that it was marred in controversy due to its ties to those atrocities? Now, Disney is quite rightly feeling the heat, and so is Huawei, following reports that it developed a monitoring system being used in the camps. And then there is TikTok, which allegedly removed a teen's viral video about the repression of the Uyghurs. ByteDance, TikTok's parent company, also stands accused of working with the Chinese state to censor and monitor the Uyghurs. This is about transparency as much as anything else. A cutesy dance video may seem at first innocuous until you realise that your money, or in this case your data being used to make money, is supporting a company that stands accused of helping to repress human rights in other countries. The onus is on TikTok to prove that this is not the case. But until then, as consumers, we have choices to make. And while we can all do our bit, there is, of course, the need now for the UK government to take a much firmer stance, to take action and show that we will not accept what is being done to the Uyghurs. The government must do the right thing and act quickly. This includes using Magnitsky-style sanctions against state and non-state individuals who are involved in implementing these clear violations of human rights. The Lib Dems, along with colleagues across the political spectrum, are calling for the independent UN investigation and the High Commissioner for Human Rights to be allowed to freely enter Xinjiang. And if we allow these companies to move their operations to the UK, or we fail to take the security threat seriously, we are tacitly accepting that repression, re-education, sterilisation, and other inhumane abuses are okay. And it is not okay. So Dominic Raab, pull your finger out. You will find support across Parliament. Freeze dirty money and assets held in the UK and send a clear message. Global Britain will not tolerate this. Or is Global Britain just a branding exercise after all? Well, so far I've dwelled a lot on China, and there is so much more that we need to fight for. In Belarus, people's democratic rights and freedoms are being crushed with Putin's help. Those responsible for these heinous acts must not feel that the UK is a haven for their dirty assets, and I welcome the sanctions that the government announced this Thursday, although they should have come sooner. Civilians in Yemen are being killed by bombs, arms and equipment that we have sold to Saudi Arabia. How can this government look itself in the eye? And of course, we mustn't forget the atrocities committed against the Rohingyas in Myanmar. And I've nearly reached the end of a foreign policy speech without mentioning Donald Trump. Well, let me tell you, there will be no one happier to see the back of him in November than me, and I'm sure you all agree. Just take this so-called peace deal in the Middle East. It's a sham. Excluding the Palestinian people from any settlement undermines any chance of stability. This is another perfect example of the much-hyped global Britain hiding from its historic responsibilities and letting others fill the political vacuum. Make no mistake, Donald Trump doesn't care about peace. He cares about being re-elected. Britain should be stepping up to the plate in the Middle East, and instead it is hiding away. And its job is now that much more difficult now that we've left the European Union. To the Tories, I'm afraid global Britain means one-upmanship, brinksmanship, and playing economic games with people's lives. That is not the liberal vision for a global Britain. We must set the example. No other party is going to. My litmus test will be to look in the face of those 6-year-old children that I met 30 years ago and say, together, we helped to make the world a better place. Our liberal vision means that we want the UK to take a leading role globally in standing up to repression, genocide and hatred wherever it appears, to fight against poverty and for human rights, social justice and the international rule of law. We can make our values shine brightly for everyone to see. As a party, we have never been afraid to lead from the front when it comes to Britain's place in the world. And that is not about to change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Layla Moran, the Member of Parliament for Oxford West and Abingdon, and the party's spokesperson on foreign affairs and international aid.
We ALDI are the party for liberal and democratic values in Europe. With 6 commissioners, 6 prime ministers and 69 MEPs, we fight for a free and fair Europe. Liberal Democrats have worked with us for a long time to achieve this vision. We are your friends and allies, Liberal Democrats and ALDI, stronger together.
The Liberal Democrats were on the side of equality and fairness, not the Conservatives within the coalition, so I naturally gravitate to the Liberal Democrats while I was at university. I think the party needs to do better in how it has more people with disabilities running for local and national office.
What attracted me to the Liberal Democrats were the Liberal Democrat values. I value their values, their importance, and also coupled with a desire to minimise the damage of Conservative policies at all levels of government. It's not apparent, but I'm actually profoundly deaf. Social media is a godsend for me because I can communicate, I can tell people what I've done at a touch of a button. It's so easy. What we need to do differently is ensure that all the support systems are automatically in place so that people with a hidden or a sensory disability don't have to ask.
I was drawn to the Liberal Democrats because we are the party for equality, fairness and justice. At the top, we have very few elected or appointed members of the ethnic minorities. If we want more ethnic minority people to support us, we need to look like a lot more than we do.
The mayor of Bedford came to my house, knocked on my door 8 o'clock at night to ask me to deliver some leaflets. That's what attracted me to the party. The party needs to be more diverse to help the local people. So I put up first time ever, I put up a Jamaica flag. But it's not just going to stop at the Jamaica flag, it's going to be every flag, every Caribbean flag, basically. And I also, someone wrote a motion and I passed it in local council about Windrush, so they can't deport no Caribbean people back to Jamaica or any Caribbean island.
Hello and welcome to this question and answer session on COVID-19, the economic, work and educational legacy. We have a panel of speakers for you today. I'll introduce them in a moment, but I want to remind you that the chat is open and I'll be taking questions off the chat later, so do put your questions there. So on our panel today we have Sarah Olney MP, our spokesperson for climate, business, energy and transport. We have Daisy Cooper MP, our spokesperson for education. We have Mike Story, our spokesperson for education in the Lords. We have Baroness Susan Kramer, our spokesperson on the economy in the Lords. And we have Chris Fox, our spokesperson on business in the Lords. And I'll ask each of them in a moment to say for a minute or two what they think the main issues facing us are in terms of the legacy of COVID-19 in their areas. But and we'll take a question on the Zoom and then we'll take questions from the chat. So can I go first to Sarah Olney? Are you there? Would you want to give us a couple of minutes, a minute or two on the issue as you see it? Thank you. Have we got Sarah Olney? No. No. So okay, can we go to Daisy Cooper then? We'll try and get hold of Sarah Olney.
Sure. Thanks very much. It's a real pleasure to join you to discuss this enormous topic. Let me start by saying that the education system has experienced a huge disruption during the course of this year, during COVID. And generally speaking, unless we do more, unless the government intervenes, the legacy will not be a good one. So the disadvantage gap has got bigger. And we've seen that in terms of the students have returned to school. Teachers have been saying that some children have really not progressed their learning at all. Others have had enormous steps forward. We've seen the question of the digital poverty has come to the forefront of the agenda. Children who either don't have access to a digital device or to broadband, they're falling behind, and the government needs to do a lot more on that as well. And we've seen amongst students who are supposed to take exams this year, they've had an incredibly tough time. Not only was their education disrupted when we went into lockdown, then we had the whole A-level scandal, which caused a huge mess and has actually affected many young people who weren't able to get their first place at university. And now some of them who have gone to university are facing the prospect of either only having a few hours of face-to-face tuition, being stuck in halls, in local lockdowns, and potentially not being with their families for Christmas. And this is all because the government has failed, utterly failed to develop a plan. Without wanting it to all sound like doom and gloom, there are two small positives, I would say, that have emerged from all of this. The first is that because of the A-level scandal, I think there has been a renewed emphasis on the importance of trusting teachers and the value of teacher-moderated assessments. And that's something that we as Liberal Democrats have campaigned on for a long time, because this teaching to the test system is so damaging to both the teaching profession and also, crucially, to the way that young people learn. And the second thing, thanks to Marcus Rashford, is putting the question of free school meals firmly back on the agenda. It is appalling. I think in the 21st century, we have children who go hungry, and they go hungry at school. And if you're hungry at school, you simply can't learn. So that's why I have been launching a national campaign to go even further and make sure the government extends free school meals to every single child in primary and secondary education whose family is on universal credit, and to make sure that in every single school holiday, the children who need those meal vouchers get them. So I hope lots of local parties and campaigners will get involved with that particular campaign to extend free school meals. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daisy. I think we now have Sarah. Are you there, Sarah?
I hope so.
Yes, we can hear you. Excellent.
Hello. Sorry about that.
That's all right. Can you give us a minute or two just on how you see the legacy of COVID in your portfolio?
Yeah, well, as with everything, it's too soon to say, because obviously I think we'll have an autumn and a winter of, where we've still got a great deal more to come, I guess, in terms of shutdowns and, ways to manage the infection rates, which we see going up. But what I would like to see, I personally think that we're going to be living with COVID for a little while. Clearly, our attempts to get rid of the illness over the spring and the summer don't seem to have borne much fruit. So I think what we need to be doing is to getting used to living with COVID. And rather than a series of shutdowns and sort of massive last minute disruption to everybody's plans, we just need to find a way to live with it until we have been successful in developing a vaccine. So I'm really, really keen to see the government do more on test, trace and isolate, and to really really implement that properly, because a lot of the business people that I've been speaking to are finding the uncertainty incredibly difficult. A lot of them have been very successful in getting around some of the requirements, the hand sanitizers, the social distancing, and I think businesses have really stepped up to the plate on that. And certainly I've been around and about earlier today in my local constituency and doing lots of visits over the last few weeks, and it's been extraordinary. Actually, they've diversified, they have found new ways to get their products to their customers. So, a lot of people are, really trying to work out how to live with this, but they're living under the threat all the time of another lockdown. And that's a really difficult situation for them to be in. So I'd really like the government to pursue, strategy for, maintaining everyday life as the greatest extent we can while we wait for the vaccine, rather than lurch from lockdown to lockdown, which I just think will be incredibly damaging in the long run.
Thank you, Sarah. I'm keen to move this on a little quicker so we can get to the questions. So if you wouldn't mind sticking to a minute or two, Mike Story next. Are you there, Mike? Hello.
Education is a mess, whether it's the opening of schools or the exam fiasco or what's happening in our universities. Like Sarah feels about businesses, I think the same is true of our education service. We ought to give schools the responsibility to know what is safe and how to open and when to close and how to vary, and not be fixated with, we've got to do it this way. It's important our children go to school. It's important that they don't fall further and further behind. And doing that is giving power to schools to decide how to operate. And secondly, by having a proper testing system in place in schools. Secondly, I think my real concern is about universities. I just think it was crazy deciding to have university students return to university. In my city of Liverpool, that's 60,000 students coming into the city. And of course, what happens is, yes, they some of them get tested positive. They have to self-isolate. They potentially affect the community. They're not allowed to go home. It was crazy. They're working online in the halls of residence. Why they couldn't work online at home, I don't know. Another crass decision by government. In education, we've got to ensure that we look after the most vulnerable children, and those must be the disadvantaged.
Thank you. I think we've lost sound from Mike. Is that right? Is that? Yeah. Sorry, Mike. I think we've lost your sound. Oh, he's finished. Okay. Can we move to Susan Kramer then? Susan.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
I've come up on the screen. You've no idea what murder it's been to get in. So thank God for the good tech team. Look, I think the biggest worry I have is the government has completely underestimated the double whammy of both the impact on the economy of COVID combined with leaving the single market and the customs union. And so, I think we've supported the responses that they've made, including the most recent round, but they fall so far short of what we need to deal with this crisis situation. I am very worried about a million redundancies before the end of the year. Can't even see where the training programs are coming for those people. I'm really worried about sectors like entertainment or sport or parts of hospitality that are viable in the long run, but have got to survive the next 6 months. And I can't see the government's put in the support that they need to be able to get through that successfully. 3 million people got left out of all of the government support plans, mostly the more successful independent contractors. And, people going redundant are going to look to do exactly that, become independent contractors, utterly ignored by the government to date. And I frankly cannot understand why. And you tie all of this with the sort of forgotten picture of leaving the single market and the customs union. I'm hearing a pretty steady drumbeat of companies in the UK, particularly small companies, getting dropped out of European supply chains. We'll have chaotic first weeks as the borders all come down. But that, to me, is almost the lesser problem. The fundamental underlying problem is this gradual building momentum of a bleed of economic opportunity out of the country. The government is doing nothing about it. And I'm going to ask them, or am asking them on Monday, are they doing this because they don't think those businesses are going to be viable? They've said they won't support viable businesses. The very fact that they're not supporting those that are getting hurt by the customs union, leaving the customs union and the single market, tells you that they frankly don't have much hope.
Susan. And finally, we have Chris Fox. Chris?
Jobs. The Chancellor last week talked about supporting real jobs, and that's a very ominous sentence, because today, as Susan just said, there are businesses that should be viable that are being made unviable by government policy, and the jobs in those businesses will go. Very respectable economists, since the Chancellor's statement, have predicted at least 1 million people losing their jobs. Now, that's in the employed sector, and Susan already mentioned the self-employed sector. We heard in the UBI debate today that the universal credit system is wholly inadequate. So this is going to lead to real poverty and real hardship for many, many people. There won't be anybody who doesn't know people who are suffering. And as Liberal Democrats, Our job is to point this out, and our job is also to campaign hard for the Chancellor to go back and produce a more generous job support scheme, and for the government to produce a universal credit system that really does adequately help families to get by.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you. So in a moment, we're going to go to a question from Adam Robertson in East Suffolk. But before we do that, just to point out, there's a consultation paper on the conference papers section on a very similar topic, the world after COVID-19. So do send your thoughts in on that as well. Adam, are you there? Would you like to ask your question?
Yeah, I'm here. So my question is, how do we enhance integration between the public and private sectors to improve the efficiency of response to the evolving situation of COVID-19?
Thank you. Chris, would you like to take that?
Yeah, thank you. Good question. What we don't do is what the government's been doing, which is to vilify the private sector. We saw it with Test and Trace. We saw the way that they ostracised Public Health England and brought in Serco, and we've seen the fiasco that's followed. In order for the public sector and the private sector to work together, there has to be trust. There has to be trust that the private sector is not profiteering and not going to try to take undue profits from what's going on. And the private sector has to be willing to cede some activity to the private sector. And I think for that, we need some careful and well thought through structures, and we don't have those structures. So I think as Liberal Democrats, it's something going forward we can think about. But at the moment, we should be campaigning against the Tories trying to hand everything to private companies and ride roughshod over very respectable public institutions.
Thanks, Chris. I don't want to necessarily give every question to everybody, so we get more questions. Does anybody else want to jump in at this point? If not, can we go back to Adam? And are you happy with that answer? Do you have a follow-up?
Yes, because I work in local government, and initially the local government were left to fend for themselves. My local authority had to source PPE from China, and I think unfortunately, we see Mr. Johnson keep doing U-turns, like on football grounds, because the FIFA president come out and say football needs crowds. He says crowds can go in. People are getting confused with the message what the government is sending out.
Joe, can I jump in quickly? It's Sarah.
Yes, come in, Sarah.
Hi there. Just to answer Adam's question, actually, I think what we need to do is to recognise that the private sector and the public sector, they have different strengths. And what we need to be doing is identifying how each of them can best contribute. So if you need a strategy to be inclusive, as in to reach everybody, then the public sector is your best bet. We look at the NHS or we look at local authorities. They are the people, they know everybody in their districts and they know how best to reach out to every single person. The private sector doesn't really do inclusive. The private sector discriminates, towards that which is more profitable or which might provide more future profits. And that's where we look, if we're looking for innovative solutions, if we're looking for people who really want to kind of push the envelope or find out what's possible. And that's where perhaps the government can put in a bit of grant money or whatever, but then leave the entrepreneurs to actually develop the solutions. So I think what it is we've definitely got opportunities for both sides to work together, but it's very much about identifying which sector has a strength in which particular goal you're trying to achieve. And Chris mentioned test and trace there, and that's been given to the private sector to do. But there is no doubt that testing and tracing has got to be an inclusive activity. And that is why it would have been better, not just for the public sector, but for local authorities, such as the one that Adam works for, and that they could have devised their own methods for testing and tracing in their own communities, which is, I think, where that would have been much, much more effectively delivered.
Thank you, Sarah. So what I'm going to do, I think, with these questions is I'm going to give them to one person to start with and then throw it open, and that way we can get a bit of a mixture. So this is a question from Grantley Lycett, and the question is, how can we enjoy the clean air that we enjoyed earlier in the year on return on a more permanent basis? And let's have Susan first on that, please.
I had great sympathy with this question. We've seen so many possibilities. We as a party, I think, are so deeply committed to a green future, and that this crisis forces us. It's not a case of using a crisis, it's a case of finding the most effective way to overcome the crisis. I think the way forward is fundamentally green. So in that role of rebuilding the UK economy and UK industry, we need to recognise that the future of sort of polluting activity is one that is going to decline, and that's why investment in the new potential and in massive retraining, I think, is absolutely critical. And I find extraordinary some of the government urging to get everybody to go back and sort of travel to the max again, when most people would much rather change the balance in their lives and lead life in a different way. That I think with most people is much more sympathetic to the community they're in and to the world around them. And instead of underpinning that, there's this almost desperate hope that we could go back to whatever we had in November 2019. It's a case of seizing and designing the future. And I think that principle that was underlined by the questioner of capture the benefit and keep the benefit ought to be absolutely inherent in the planning for where we go forward.
Thank you, Susan. Does anybody else want to jump in on this one?
Yes, I'm happy to. Daisy here.
Go on. Oh, Daisy. Yeah, go on, Daisy. Yeah.
I'll give you a very quick example from St Albans. I mean, the fact is the fastest way of protecting all of the benefits that we got from lockdown, like cleaner air and fewer cars on the streets, the way to do that is to give powers and resources to local authorities. Now, the government is still hoarding many of those powers, and it makes it very difficult for that innovative, quick change to happen on the ground. So here in St Albans, our district council has used the powers that it already has to try and close down some roads so that it's pedestrianised. Shops that are too small to actually operate within their shops can actually come out, and we have what's called the inside-out market. So we have a continental-style market for those businesses that can't operate in their shops because they're too small. We've worked hand in glove between the district council and local businesses to set up an app, which is with a QR code that you can scan on a window, so you can buy things that you can see through the window, literally window shopping without having to actually go into the shop. We've distanced the market. We've done all of these things. And yes, at every single stage, we've also been fighting the Tory-run county council that has been trying to do things to our district rather than empowering the district council to do certain things. So the county council has closed the wrong place or made one bit pedestrianised where actually you need cars to deliver and pick things up from various shops. So the fastest way to improve your local community is for the government to devolve powers and resources to local government.
Thank you, Daisy. I think Mike wanted to speak on that as well, and then we'll take the next question. Mike, you there?
Yes, I agree with everything that Daisy and Sarah have said. Let me clean air is hugely important to our communities, whether it's particularly the elderly or those with asthma. In Liverpool, which has incidentally some of the worst pollution records in the country, the local Lib Dem councillors have been working with the schools and have funded metal cutout figures of the pupils in their school uniform with messages underneath telling parents, for example, not to leave their cars outside the school with the engine running while they're waiting to pick up their children, trying not to park outside the school, encouraging the children to cycle to school, and have paid for a cycle storage. So you can use it locally for campaigning as well. It's a hugely important issue.
Thank you, Mike. OK, so the next question, I'm going to come to Daisy first with this one. It's from Diane Riddell. Do you think the nighttime economy and the education sector need to embrace digital immersive technology to survive COVID restrictions?
That was a bit of a mouthful. Can you say that again?
Do you think the nighttime economy and the education sector, possibly quite different things with different answers maybe take one of those, need to embrace digital immersive technology to survive COVID restrictions?
OK. It's basically about technology, isn't it? OK.
Yeah.
I mean, the answer is yes and no. So in schools, there is nothing that replaces the value of face-to-face teaching, because the teachers will get to know the children, and not only are they teachers, but also there's pastoral care, and there's stability in the classroom and familiarity and routine. And so in education, it is vital that you do have that personal, human-to-human, face-to-face contact, and nothing replaces that. That said, obviously, we're now looking at a situation where 3 of the 4 scenarios that the government has for disrupted learning, 3 of those 4 scenarios involve some degree of home learning. And that means that we have to tackle that with technological solutions. We have this major problem with children not getting laptops. The Children's Commissioner said that the government had wanted to get out about 500,000. I think about 200,000 of those arrived, so not even half. There hasn't even been a thorough audit of internet access. So that's really important as well. So, of course, technology plays a role. And I think one of the good things to come out of COVID is that there has been huge leaps forward, whether it's through your GP or whether it's in schools in terms of using technology. But I think we also have to recognise the limits on technology. And we are, after all, social creatures, and we want to be part of a community.
Thank you, Daisy. Can we have an answer on for the nighttime economy? I don't know how this is going to work, but Chris, yes, go ahead.
I'm going to come back to nighttime economy, but this point about laptops is really important, because it isn't just kids. It's homeless people, refugees. Some of the poorest in society don't have access to technology. The library's closed, which was a place where people could go and use technology. Many or most of the cyber cafes closed. So there's another whole layer of people being excluded. So if we're going to use digital technology and we're going to use immersive technology for anything, we have to make sure that this technology is available right across the board, and not just to the upper part of society. As far as nighttime technology goes, I'm sure when it comes to tracking people and moving people around, it'll be useful. But in the end, people go out because they want to meet other people. And that's at the core of the issue. Of course, they want to meet people. The question is how many and how careful are they when they meet people? And that's the challenge we're currently facing across the country.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Chris. I'm going to take Mike Story's asked to come in on this, and then I'm going to move to the next question, because we've got lots of questions here. So, Mike Story, do you want to come next? Thanks.
Briefly, laptops are hugely important. Children in care, for example, only half children in care have been given laptops. But it's not just about giving laptops. It's about actually ensuring that children have the support in terms of using laptops as well. And that is woefully missing at the present.
Thank you. So, thank you. So the next question I have is from Kevin Dawes, and he wants to ask Sarah and Chris specifically, following the experience for many people of working from home during lockdown, do you agree that workers should now be able to request the right to work from home with a presumption in favour of that request being granted? And would you support this becoming Lib Dem policy? Sarah first? Yeah, thanks.
Right. Yeah, I think it's certainly worked really, really well for a lot of people. Certainly in my own family here, I've obviously been working extremely hard all the way through lockdown, and my husband has been working full time from home, and we've got 2 primary school age children. So the working from home thing has worked out extremely well for us. And, it's brought so many other benefits with it as well. We've been able to spend more time with the children. The time we might have spent commuting, we've just been able to just go and engage straight away with them. We've been eating as a family more. We've just been spending more time together. We've been spending more time in our community because we've been around and about during the day. So, there are fewer, less travel. Not so much time in the car, things like this. So there's that. I am a massive convert to the huge advantages of working from home, and I massively regret that Jacob Rees-Mogg won't let us do remote voting anymore. So yeah, on that basis, we should definitely. I'll put that into him and say, a presumption in favour. I just wonder, though, in terms of whether it needs to be policy, actually, I'm not entirely certain. There will be companies who found and workers who found that working from home has worked really, really well for them, and other companies and individuals who found not so much. And it's all very well for me to say I'm talking to you here from my nice semi-detached house in a London suburb, but lots of people are working, living in much, more cramped conditions. They're, flat sharing. They may not have a quiet space. And, particularly, I'm quite lucky, as I say, with my young children, that I do have a quiet space that I can go to talk to you today. Lots of people simply don't have the same facilities. And I am a little bit anxious about how we are moving that responsibility for providing a safe workplace. We're taking it away from the employers and we're putting it onto the employees. And I think there's quite a lot of implications there that we haven't fully explored, particularly around health and safety. We've made huge strides in safety at work over the last few decades. And I think now suddenly putting the onus back on employees to keep themselves safe and healthy at work is actually would be quite a big shift, and something we shouldn't necessarily undertake too quickly. And also, there's an expense. I've got the heating on. I'm afraid it's freezing here. And I'm using my own electricity and my own wireless connection. And again, that's all fine for me, but it could be a big expense for other people. And I think as well, there are implications for people who are joining the workforce. Certainly when I first started working in an office 20 or so years ago, I learned so much just from watching other people doing the job, listening to the way they answered the phone, watching the way they interacted with people. And I think if we're all going to start working from home and just connecting via Zoom or whatever, then actually we are depriving new joiners to the workplace the opportunity to pick up on some of those skills and experience. And it's the intangible things. It's not the things that can necessarily be taught. And of course, they're losing out on the opportunity to create links and create networks and everything else. So although I think there's loads of benefits to working from home, we mustn't be blind to the downsides. But I am largely in favour of the idea that you might request to work from home and that employers should look favourably on that. I don't necessarily think that's a big shift. And the final reason I think it could work really well, it does make work more accessible. Certainly for those with physical disabilities, if they're living in a house that's been adapted to their needs and they can log in to work, then working from home and not having to deal with often very inaccessible public transport makes more jobs a bit more accessible. And then of course people like me with young children often find that that's quite a constraint in terms of getting out to work. Then there's more opportunities available to them if they can work digitally. So I think working from home is definitely something that employers should embrace and should really start thinking more flexibly about. And this whole experience with COVID will definitely have opened some minds that might previously have been closed. But I don't think we should necessarily be blind to the implications.
Thank you.
The effect on employees.
Thank you, Sarah. So I'm going to put this to Chris as well. I mean, Chris, as well, my understanding is the current right to request flexible working includes the right to request working from home, doesn't it? So I think the question is asking for something a bit more in terms of the presumption.
Yeah, I mean, when I ran a team corporately 5 years ago, I used working from home as an option, or when it was requested, and indeed some cases I suggested it to employees because I felt it was good for their lives and it improved their performance. So yes, I mean, I think there is something in being able to request it. I think good employers will do this well. And they will make sure that new forms of discrimination don't emerge from this process. But I am concerned about poor employers because I do think the problems that it could create will be more hidden, and people will be at their homes away from it in a sense isolated. So I think we have to bring to bear on employers quite a lot of responsibility, some of the things that Sarah talked about. One final point is I'm from Herefordshire, and in the old days you had to move from Herefordshire to places like London to get the sort of tech jobs and the sort of jobs that we say are going to be the future of the economy in this country. It seems to me now those tech employers can go to Hereford, they can go to Leominster, my hometown, and recruit people and not expect them to relocate somewhere else. They can work from there. So I want us to use this to drive a more distributed economy. And if nothing else, if we achieve that, that will be a fantastic change for this country and meet some of the needs of that previous person who talked about clean air. Because clearly, if we're not concentrating everybody in one place, then the ability for people to move around without creating pollution is much easier. So let's use this as a way of distributing the economy much more effectively.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you. Does anybody else want to come in on this one? Susan, perhaps?
Well, I mean, I'm happy to, but I feel it's been very well covered.
All right, we'll move to the next question. So I guess, I mean, there's a question from Francis Beddington, which is, I'll come to Daisy with this first. But, I mean, maybe you'd like to expand on it a little bit. The question is, how do we compensate students forced to move into accommodation? I think more generally, and also going forward, because there's an immediate problem with students, isn't there? But, you know, how are universities going to operate, you know, over the next year?
Sure. Well, I mean, the first thing to say is that I think that if students have gone to university and they're now only getting maybe 1 or 2, 3 hours of face-to-face tuition, and they've forked out for university digs, and they are now sort of in lockdown, and they want to return home on a temporary or permanent basis, I think they should be reimbursed. The sector was warning that there were going to be problems with, 1 million young people moving across the country, and the government didn't intervene to do anything to make it more secure. And so it's a major problem. So, yes, I think students should be reimbursed. But at the same time, we have to make sure that any system that is set up doesn't undermine the long-term financial viability of universities, because obviously that's a sector that we want to remain strong as well. So, all of this question probably has arisen because the government simply didn't develop a plan. And this is the problem that we face time and time again with the government. We've now had 6 months of this crisis of coronavirus. We're not back in March when suddenly we all had to give the government extreme powers because we couldn't foresee what it might need to do. But 6 months down the line, we could see all these things coming. Various sectors have made warnings and the government has done very little about them. So yes, we do need to compensate students whilst making sure the sector is protected.
Thank you, Daisy. Mike, would you like to comment on this?
I agree that students should be compensated. It will be difficult, though, for those students who are living in private rental accommodation. But I think we need to look at a scheme to do that. I mean, they have missed out on so much, and we need to support them now.
Thank you. So I'm going to come to the next question. I'm going to come to Susan with this first. It's a question from Jeff Payne. And the question is, it will take a long time to get back to normal. Many business models are no longer viable, and we need to come to terms with huge national debt. How do we navigate this? Susan.
That's, anybody with an answer, please write. We are in an extraordinary situation. Well, first of all, I think we're not going back. And I think it's taken the government a long time to recognise this. I mean, the idea, that there was going to be this V shape and we'd get through a few months of crisis and then you wouldn't even know by the end of the year that we'd had to face it, except for a few, some money that had to be paid off, everything would return. This is fundamental change. I'm hoping that the Chancellor at least has recognised that, but when you look at the recent measures that steps the Chancellor has taken, they seem to be incredibly shallow, looking at the size of the extraordinary dislocation and change. I want us to seize this. It's the only thing that you can do is seize a crisis. We need massive retraining available for people. And the government's going to have to recognise that if it doesn't put that in place, a whole lot of people who are seeing their jobs disappear, permanently disappear, are going to become economically far less active than they're capable of being. We need to use everyone's capabilities. So we need a massive, I think, retraining scheme targeted at the future. We need large-scale investment. When you look at the kind of money that the government has proposed to put into sort of the new green economy, it actually pales compared to the kind of numbers that you see places like France and Germany investing in a new green economy. I mean, it almost is a rounding error compared to the kind of numbers that they're focusing on driving that change through. We need to see something on that kind of scale. I am very concerned about how we do all of this at the same time that Brexit plays through. At the very least, I'd like government to sort of face up to the consequences of Brexit. We've just had another Chancellor's statement in the back end of it, that suggests that Brexit is all extraordinarily positive for our economy. I mean, it is the great unleashing of wonderful new opportunity. It's the great unleashing of some marginal opportunity and the great loss of a huge amount of opportunity and huge dislocation. So this is going to be a case where you really need to hold on to the handlebars. I am exceedingly concerned. Not sure I've got all the answers. I think we need to listen to people to try and find answers. But the first thing to do is not to pretend that we live in a world of unicorns. And I'm very worried about the levels of national debt that we're going to get involved in. We can carry it so long as interest rates stay low. But, we don't control that. It is exceedingly worrying. I've watched the Bank of England now have to step in and essentially buy new debt issues, almost 100% of new debt issues, because otherwise the government can't get them away. We're in for a very rough ride. And I think the first thing we have to do, sadly, is understand that. And then we need to make some very tough decisions to really build our industrial future.
Thank you, Susan. I wonder if it's maybe a kindness not to throw that one open. If any of the panellists have any answers, then write to Susan with them. And
well, I was going to say one thing, which David Cameron re-emerged a week or so ago, and he used that awful phrase, "fixing the roof while the sun shines" again. Well, the roof has blown off, and the sun is not going to be coming anytime soon. And that's going to have to change how we think about debt. People like me and Susan who've looked at debt in the conventional way, because we cannot pay this debt back. We can't there is no austerity program, even if we wanted to have one, and we don't, that can pay this debt back. So we are going to have to find ways of living with it, while at the same time changing the economy and changing our attitude to the economy, so that we create not necessarily a growth-based economy, but a well-being-based economy that actually delivers for the majority of the people in this country. So huge attitudinal changes are going to have to overcome lots of us in order to make this happen.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chris. Yes, go on.
Thank you. No, I was going to say, so it feels very much to me like the government is treading water. And so, they've cancelled the budget for this autumn. There's going to be a small spending review, but they have fundamentally cancelled the budget. That would have been an opportunity to start talking about investment and investing in people. We could have had huge investment in green jobs. We could have had huge investment in the construction industry, where we're going to need to actually, make homes warm as well as, fire safe as well. There's a whole load of work that needs to be done on that. But we're just seeing these very small incremental programs put in place, a kickstart scheme that the government's launched, which is a 6-month placement, which may or may not last. This is not visionary stuff. It's treading water. And the longer that the government just treads water and doesn't invest properly in people, we're losing out on the opportunity to make sure that people have got the skills in, 1, 2, 3 years' time to actually rekindle various parts of our economy that we're going to need to succeed to take us out of this recession.
Thank you, Dr. I'm going to go. I think we've got time for one more question. And this is a question from Gemma Rawlson, and it's for Sarah. And the question is, how can we support the disabled community to live with the virus? And perhaps I might add to that, we've got, of course, a whole number of new disabled people who are suffering from long COVID and are unable to be simply even be as active as they were before. Would you like to take that, Sarah?
Yes, happy to. And I think as other colleagues have expressed, I'm glad that we have had a focus on long COVID at this conference so far, because I think, we need to know a lot more about COVID, both in the short term and in the long term. Our doctors so far have been very successful at finding ways to sort of treat those who are suffering from the effects of it. But there is so much we don't know about it. And the issue of long COVID is something that we really do need to pay a great deal of attention to. But to come back to the question, I think going back to what my opening remarks, it's all about learning to live with the virus so that we can maintain some level of everyday life while we wait for the vaccine. And obviously those who are the most vulnerable vulnerable and who are marginalised should be particularly at the centre of our planning for that. I mean, when we talk about disabled, we're obviously talking about quite a wide range of people, some of whom will be more vulnerable to COVID and some not so much. But again, I think I would probably come back to, it's about, when we were talking earlier about the public-private split, it's about being inclusive. And that's why we need to give responsibility to these things and the right resources to our public sector, and particularly to our local authorities and our local organisations in the public sector, so that they can reach out to all the people and ensure that their needs are being met. We have an interesting, the legislation with the Coronavirus Act is coming back to Parliament on Wednesday, and I don't think we've made a final decision yet about how we're going to vote against it, but how we're going to vote on it. But one of the factors in that is that the Coronavirus Act gives local authorities permission to deliver fewer services in adult social care than the statutory requirement, and that's something that a lot of people in the party feel very strongly that we should oppose. And I do think that, as I say, as part of learning to live with the virus, it's about being inclusive and thinking about our whole community and how all of our different sections of our community are being affected, and giving our local authorities the right amount of resources in order to be able to deal with that.
Thank you, Sarah. Does anybody else want to come in? Yes, go on.
Yes. Yeah, I'd like to.
Susan first, yeah.
I just think that many of the people who are labelled disabled are in fact disabled by society. They're not actually disabled. They're disabled by the way in which we choose to function. And as we go through a really fundamental recrafting of the world of work, which, seems to be now getting great impetus because we're in a time of wrenching change, I hope that we will do that in a way that means that people labelled disabled are actually enabled, because we need those talents. I'm not one of the people that buys into the idea that a large part of our population is going to come surplus to need because of new robotics and AI and whatever else. I think we're a society that is going to need absolutely everybody contributing in a sort of creative and effective way that they can, and making sure that people who, and again, I hate the term disabled, but people are enabled. There'll be some people who'll be too ill on a temporary basis, some people who can't work every day, some people who have limitations of various kinds, but surely the world that we're moving into with all of its capabilities should enable us to help those individuals. And it helps almost the wrong word. It's let us grab at their talents by trying to structure with much greater flexibility. We're essentially got a functioning world of work that still owes an awful lot to the Victorian robotic approach and to the military organisational arrangements that control the sort of post-1950s world. And we could change that. And huge talent there amongst people who are labelled disabled and in fact are great contributors to attention.
Can I come in on this one?
Was Daisy trying to get in a moment ago?
Yes, I was.
Yes, you've got 30 seconds, Daisy.
Okay, well, I have a hidden disability and this issue is very close to my heart. And I know that those people with disabilities and long-term conditions who have been particularly vulnerable to COVID have been living with a degree of terror for the last few months about even stepping outside their front door. So 2 practical recommendations that I would like to see go ahead. One is to amend the Equalities Act so that those people who are disabled and who are in work can be retained in work where there are redundancies happening. So if you need to make 2 people redundant, that an employer can be, and they're of the same sort of quality, that the employer can proactively keep the disabled person in work over the other person, because we know that disabled people find it harder to get back into work. The second thing is, when I was DCMS spokesperson, we created a pamphlet about the future of the creative industries. We are world beating at disability arts in this country, and that is a sector that we must fund, not only in its own right for jobs, but to make sure that we see disability on our screens, and so that the disabled disability community does not become silenced and doesn't disappear.
Very much. Thank you so much for being brief. I'd like to thank the whole of my panel for a really interesting 3/4 of an hour. Well done. And thank you for everybody who put in questions. Thank you to my aides, Chris Mains and Jenny Lang. and we move on to the fringes. Thank you. Bye-bye. you.